All jurors respond in the negative.
All right. Again, thank you kindly, ladies and gentlemen, for continuing to follow the court's directives. Mr. Luttrell, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
We would ask Melissa Oberg take the stand.
Witness sworn.
Please state your name for the record and spell your last name for me.
My name is Melissa Oberg. The last name is spelled Oberg.
And we've been reminding every witness. I think that was probably a good level, but just keeping your voice up, so the people all the way back in council can hear, we would appreciate that.
Thank you.
Where are you employed?
I am currently employed through a outside place. It's not through the Indiana State Police currently. I'm employed through a clinical asset management company that manages healthcare items.
And what do you do there?
I'm an operations data analyst.
What was your previous employment?
I was employed by the Indiana State Police at the Indianapolis laboratory.
And you resigned from the state police when?
In April of 2023.
But when employed with the Indiana State Police, what was your role?
My role at the Indiana State Police was as a forensic firearms examiner.
How many years did you have with the Indiana State Police?
Just over 17 years.
And when you began with the state police, what was your assignment?
I was a forensic drug chemist.
And how long were you a drug chemist?
I was in that unit for approximately 11 months total.
And then you transitioned where?
I then interviewed for the firearms position and I transferred into the firearms unit at that time.
How long were you in the firearms unit at the Indiana State Police?
I was in the firearms unit from that 2006, November, timeframe until the point in which I left in April of 2023.
And what were your duties when you were a firearms examiner?
As a firearms examiner, my primary duties were to examine ammunition components, such as bullets and cartridge cases, as well as cartridges. It could be shotgun ammunition, as well, and I assessed them for their class characteristics, as well as doing comparisons to each other or to a firearm if one is submitted. I also did function exams of firearms to see if they functioned as designed by the manufacturer. I also did tool mark examinations, which a tool mark examination could consist of bolt cutters, pry bars, anything that you could.
What is your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry from St. Joseph's College, which I obtained in 2005, and I also have a Master of Science in Applied Data Analytics from the University of Indianapolis, which I obtained in May of 2023.
As you were completing your studies for your master's and coming to the end of that ordeal, did you when you transitioned resign from the Indiana State Police to your present employer?
Yes.
Did you leave the Indiana State Police voluntarily and on good terms?
Yes, I did.
Have you remained involved in the firearm examination community and work?
Yes, I have.
Would you explain that to the jurors, please?
I still currently sit on the Organization for Scientific Area Committees as an affiliate. That is sponsored by the National Institute of Standards and Technology. I remained as affiliate because, as a private person that works in industry, that they thought my knowledge would be good to be obtained for the firearms sections there, so I still sit on there. I'm a non-voting member currently, but used to be a voting member. I also am a distinguished member of AFT, which is the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners, and I still reside.
What is AFT?
AFTE is the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners. They are responsible for presenting research and developing examiners and setting best practices that examiners should follow.
In fact, AFT is the premier organization for firearms examiners in this country. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you've served on their leadership or served on committees and so forth?
Yes. I sat on the board of directors for approximately 6 years as the treasurer, and I have served on various committees such as the Research and Development Committee and other committees associated with the treasurer.
When you transitioned to your present employment and left the Indiana State Police, were you asked to retain or to restay with the two different committees or organizations that you serve on currently?
Yes, I have been. I've also been asked by the current president to be added to another committee that she has for this year.
So are you a member of any professional organizations?
Yes. I'm currently still a member of AFTE, the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners, and I'm also still a member of OSAC as an affiliate, which OSAC, again, is the Organization for Scientific Area Committees.
Is the Indiana State Police Firearms and Tool Mark Unit, is it accredited?
The Indiana State Police Laboratory as a whole is accredited, so they are.
Up until your resignation and moving on to a new area of work, were you certified as a Tool Firearms and Tool Mark Examiner?
So up until I left, I was certified as a firearms examiner through the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners, and I was also certified as a fellow through the American Board of Criminalistics.
And have you testified in court as a firearms and tool mark examiner?
Yes, I have.
Can you tell the jury how many times?
This is my 112th time.
And have you done so in both state and federal jurisdictions?
Yes, I have.
Have you continued to testify, since May of 2023, on work that you did prior to your departure from the Indiana State Police?
Yes, I have.
As recently as when?
August would have been the last time that I testified as a firearms examiner.
And you have the potential for continuing to be subpoenaed into court to testify on cases of yours?
Yes, it could continue indefinitely.
Where was that August testimony?
It was in Marion County.
I'm gonna hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 277, you.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a curriculum vitae that was prepared by me that has my qualifications, my education, and training that I have been exposed to while I was working at the Indiana State Police.
Your Honor, I would move the admission of State's Exhibit 277. State's Exhibit 277 offered.
No objection.
All right. Without objection, 277 is admitted.
I would ask leave, Your Honor, to publish it to the jury.
You may. You may proceed, Mr. Luttrell.
Thank you, Your Honor. Does ISP Firearms Unit take proficiency tests?
Yes, they do.
Would you explain that to the jury, please? What is a proficiency test?
A proficiency test is an exam that an analyst will take on a yearly basis. It's provided by an outside vendor, so it's not casework, not submitted by a law enforcement agency, it's actually submitted by an external private vendor, and that private vendor submits that too. We actually purchase them, they are.
Were you as a member of that team, were you subject to proficiency tests while you were on the Indiana State Police?
Yes, I was.
And did you pass those tests?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jury, if you're aware, OF generally an examiner's performance in the field of firearms examination?
Yes. So examiners can be performance checked to see how do examiners perform on tests that are created outside of the criminal justice system. Typically, they're referred to as what are called black box studies. These black box studies are aimed to assess examiner performance, and what they're doing is they're testing different things that an examiner may come across, such as subclass characteristics, consecutively manufactured firearms, longevity as far as like tests in between shots, could be length of time, and so different black box studies are created somewhat differently, but they are supposed to be created in a sense that it would be the hardest of what an examiner would come across in casework. So examiners can be tested on that, and they have developed examiner error rates based on those studies. And the reason these studies are done is because an examiner in real casework, in real-life things that are submitted through the criminal justice system, an examiner does not know the error because they don't know the ground truth of the case, but black box.
Have you participated in any of those studies?
Yes, I have.
Is there anything more you can tell us about the results of those studies or anything else?
So the analyst does not get the information back about how they performed on those tests, because they are
Your Honor, I'm gonna object at this point, as well. I'm not sure that her testimony doesn't sound like it's connected to this circumstance in this case.
Mr. Luttrell.
In fact, Your Honor, I believe it's an ethical responsibility she has to explain the area of the field, and the examiner performance generally in her profession.
Overruled.
Thank you.
You may answer.
May answer. Okay. So examiners' performance on these tests, they are not 100% applicable to real-life casework. They are basically applicable to what the examiner did in that testing scenario. And so the upper bound of what a false positive would be in one of these studies, which means an examiner would come to an incorrect conclusion if, so a false positive is an incorrect conclusion that.
Thank you. You had prepared some images and some slides to help the jury understand your work, and what you did in this particular case. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I'm gonna ask you to go ahead and move now, and you'll want your binder with you. Will that be of assistance?
Yes, please.
If we could ask you to move towards the screen. So we want to begin with very basics of examining what is IT that you do. Would you explain this to the jury, please?
Yes. So at its core, firearms identification, or the examination of firearms or tool mark, is basically a science that is used to determine whether a particular tool is used to create a tool mark, and this is an empirical-based science, where it's through observation.
What is a tool and how are they made?
So in our discipline, we're not only concerned with the tools that we may receive, but we're also concerned with tools that make the tools that we receive. But first, to describe what a tool actually is a tool is something that is a harder object that comes in contact with a softer objection. If you like to think of your hand and running in through sand, your hand is the harder object in your.
Those tools, meaning the tools that make these tools, are going to be harder than these tools?
Correct.
What is a tool mark?
So a tool mark, basically, there are a couple different features of a tool mark. It can be either impressed or striated. If we go back to the sand and my hand example, if you take your hand through the sand, that's actually a striated mark. But if I took my hand and I patted it on the sand, that's an impressed mark. In our discipline, you can have both impressed and striated at the same time. If you take a look at the lower left picture there, you'll see an impressed firing pin, and when the barrel dips in the firearm, it actually creates a straight drag mark here, so an examiner can assess both impressed and striated, and it can happen with the same tool during a process. So they're not necessarily mutually exclusive, they can happen together, you can have both striated and impressed. Typically with bullets, you're mostly gonna see impressed marks, but with cartridges and cartridge cases you can get.
And you do have if you wish to use it, you do have a pointer there that.
Okay.
Might be of some assistance.
Thank you.
Parts of a cartridge?
So what you're seeing here, just to give you some familiarity with what an examiner works with and some terminology that I'll be using throughout this presentation, is first we're going to look at what a cartridge is. Not only do I have it up here, but I also have a live model here that you can see. Basically, a cartridge is a single unit of ammunition. It's.
If I may interrupt you, would you mind keeping your voice up and walk a little bit closer, so the jury so they're able to see this model?
Yes. So basically, a cartridge is a single unit of ammunition. It is designed to go in a firearm and be fired. This unit of ammunition will have what's called a cartridge case, which is this area right here. Indicates, this cartridge case has a primer here. Indicates, this primer here can be either nickel or brass. There are some copper primers, too. This area right here is where the firing pin inside the firearm comes in contact with it when it's fired. It's a little bit softer in this area than the actual head, so this head area is a little bit harder than that softer primer area. And then also, when this is fired, you're gonna see the projectile go outside the firearm, and then you'll be left with a cartridge case.
Thank you. So if there's a reference to a bullet, technically, the bullet is the end of that item that projects that is the projectile outside of the firearm?
Correct, yes. So often, people will confuse or use different slang terminology and I may correct somebody here today. But I'm not trying to be mean, it's just I want to make sure everybody is on the same page with the same terminology so we can all understand it.
Let's talk about one of the tools that you mentioned and its tools within it or its parts. What do we have here?
So this is a picture of what is called a semi-automatic pistol. A semi-automatic pistol is designed to be fired with a magazine inserted into the bottom of it, and it is designed to be fired by pulling the trigger and then you would pull the trigger again to fire it, so it's gonna fire one round at a time. Just to go through some of the parts and terminology about what actually a firearm can consist of for a semi-automatic pistol, I'm just gonna show you on here what they are. So up here, you're gonna have the slide up here, this slide part, and you're gonna see the serrated portions here. Indicates, this allows a person to grip up top and move that slide to the rear. That's how you would load ammunition from a magazine. You'll see the magazine right here. Indicates, that magazine gets inserted into the magazine well. There's also the grip area, that would be where you want to put your hand there. This magazine release here is what allows you to take the magazine out, if you would like to. Indicates, you also have the trigger guard and then the trigger in here. Indicates, and
looking down at the top, towards the inside of the firearm, what do we see here?
So when you pull that slide to the rear, which I talked about using those serrated edges to pull back, you're gonna see the magazine inserted in here. And as you look inside the firearm, there are different tools that a cartridge case, or bullet could come into contact with. There are what are called magazine lips right here from the magazine. Indicates, here is the ejector. Indicates, here is the extractor. Indicates, and here is the breech face. Indicates, the ejector and the extractor work in a firearm by the ejector pushing a cartridge or a cartridge case out and the extractor pulls it. So as one's pushing, one's pulling, and that's how a cartridge or a cartridge case would be moved outside of a firearm. To the side of here, this is just, instead of looking on top, you're looking at the side view here where you can see the ejector again, as well as the extractor and the breech face.
And on that image to the left, just make sure we're oriented. Where is the barrel on that?
So the barrel would be right down this way and this would be, if you were holding a firearm, that would be towards you. So this is the back portion and this would be whatever you wanted to point it at.
That extractor and ejector that you're talking about are examples of two internal tools inside the pistol. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What do we see here?
Here you're actually seeing the opposite end. You're seeing the barrel as you see going forward. You're also seeing a cartridge coming from a magazine that would go up this feed ramp right here. It's basically like a little elevator into the chamber area of the firearm. This area is your chamber face. Indicates, this is the slide part up here. Indicates, and so as you pull the slide to the rear, that cartridge is gonna load right up to that elevator or this REA right here, indicates, and into the chamber.
So which is harder, the tools in the firearm or the cartridge?
Typically, the tools in the firearm are going to be harder than what is coming into contact with it, whether it be a bullet, a cartridge case, or a cartridge.
That chamber face, Ms. Oberg, how is it shaped?
This one has a U shape to it right here. What you'll see if you actually directly look down on it, you'll see that and there'll be a little recessed portion behind it connected to the barrel.
What do we have here?
So here you're gonna see the cycling of a cartridge, and this is the first step as to when a cartridge is cycled. So here you see a cartridge in the magazine and you see that the ejector is on top of this. That's because it has not been cycled and loaded up into the chamber yet. So this is basically in the magazine, ready to be pulled fully to the rear. Since this slide isn't pulled fully to the rear, that's why this ejector can sit on top of there for right now. On CE the analyst moves it all the way to the rear, it'll pop up into that place with the elevator and into the chamber, so this is right before it's cycled into the chamber of the.
What do we see in this image?
In this image, you're gonna see the after portion. So it has loaded up into the chamber area and then you're actually seeing the extractor and the ejector cycle the cartridge out. So right here, the extractor, like I talked about before, it pulls, just like a little claw, and then the ejector over here is coming into contact with the other side of the cartridge head over here. And so at that point, once you pull it fully to the rear, the cartridge will exit the side of the firearm.
By the extractor and ejector working in tandem in a sense to eject that?
Correct, and also the motion of pulling the slide to the rear.
So what just happened there?
So in that video, that's like the first picture I had spoke about, you are pulling the slide to the rear and the cartridge is chambering into the barrel of the firearm.
This next cycling video, what does it display?
This is just like the second part of the picture that you saw. This would be somebody retracting the slide to the rear and the extractor and ejector moving the cartridge to the side of a firearm.
So the cartridge in this image is already up where? Located where?
It'll be in the chamber at this point.
You were prepared to demonstrate for the jury yourself, which would include them able to see you physically doing this cycling process, along with the sound of the cycling, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been admitted into evidence state's exhibit.
Yes. So the outside of this box has the Indiana State Police Laboratory label on it. It also has my identifiers marked in red here with my initials, the item number, and the case number, as well as the seals here.
If you would, please, I'd like to ask you to take I'll just move it here to this table and give you a surface. Take Exhibit 276, if you would. Insert the magazine, and what type of cartridges do we have here?
These are dummy cartridges. They're .40 Smith and Wesson caliber dummy cartridges.
And we have scissors and gloves there.
For members of this courtroom, I'm gonna check to make sure this firearm is unloaded and look down the barrel, to make sure it's empty. I'm also able to stick my finger in here. This is nothing in here right now. So this firearm is considered safe and unloaded right now. I'm gonna take this magazine that has dummy cartridges in it, I'm gonna insert it into the magazine that we talked about earlier, and I'm gonna go ahead and cycle one round in here. Now, there's a couple different ways that a person can cycle a firearm. The first way I'm gonna do it is how I typically do it, which I'm gonna go ahead and I'm going to close the slide here. I'm going to insert the magazine into here and I'm going to go ahead and pull the slide to the rear and let it go forward and then cycle around out. Demonstrates. So that loaded one and then it extracted and ejected one. There is another way that someone can do this. If I were to take the round out that's in the chamber and go ahead and cycle it, another way that you can do this is actually pull the slide to the rear. You can insert the magazine, and...
What does it mean when we say there's no cartridge in the chamber? What does that mean?
When there's no cartridge in the chamber, it can potentially mean that someone has loaded the magazine and they have not cycled a cartridge into the chamber yet, so the chamber can be empty and, if you pull the trigger, nothing would happen. You would have to cycle that first round in there. Now, you can have a fully loaded magazine, go ahead and insert one into the chamber, and then you'd be ready to go and not have to cycle the firearm.
If there's no cartridge in the chamber, then that process that you just did with the slide would then lift a cartridge to the chamber?
Correct. Yeah, as long as you pull fully to the rear.
But then, the next time that action's done, there would be an ejection of the cartridge?
Correct, yes.
When you do your examinations of cartridges and bullets and cartridge cases, you were looking for various characteristics. Is that correct?
Yes, I am.
What are those characteristics?
Characteristics can be class characteristics, subclass characteristics, and individual characteristics.
So this slide, what does this help you explain to the jury?
So the first step in any process when an examiner starts to do their work.
What are subclass characteristics?
So class characteristics help you narrow it down. Subclass characteristics are those characteristics that are not pre-designed by the manufacturer. They actually occur typically during the manufacturing process. They can occur just due to wear of things, but they can typically occur during the manufacturing process. They lower the pool of candidates that can happen from that, so they don't give you the ability to identify, but they do happen typically during a lot or a run of what a manufacturer may run on a particular day. So they would be more restricted than class, but not as restricted as individual characteristics.
What do you mean by lot?
A lot could be whatever that manufacturer manufactures on that day. So different manufacturers consider lots different ways, but it could be the time that machine is run on that day and that's what's considered a lot.
In your work as an analyst, Have you studied and visited at any firearms manufacturing places?
Yes. I've been to several out on the East Coast, as well as in Illinois and Ohio. If we can actually just go back to the last picture, sorry. Just to talk about these two pictures that are here that you see at the bottom of the screen, these are how an analyst can actually recognize subclass characteristics. Typically, subclass characteristics can be recognized because they typically have long lines and they usually extend the depth of the area that is seen on a tool mark.
We'll get to this in a little bit, but there's a line down the middle of the image on the right, there's a line down the middle you can see. Explain to the jury what that would mean up there.
This line that you're actually seeing right here is called a hairline, so it's when an examiner would look through a comparison microscope. These are actually two different objects being compared together, so it'd be like if you had cartridge case 1 and cartridge case 2, you're putting it on the scope, so you'll see that line in the middle. It's also represented over here.
Now we have individual characteristics. Explain that to the jury.
So individual characteristics are those characteristics that allow an examiner to identify back to a particular firearm or a particular tool, if one is submitted. Individual characteristics can arise from different manufacturing processes. They can also arise from the way that a projectile or a cartridge case interacts with the inside of the firearm. So there are different.
I think you explained this, but where do subclass characteristics what produces them?
It's typically during the manufacturing process, so it's the way, whatever type of manufacturing process has occurred, it can leave that behind on the surfaces, so it would be as I talked about it before, you have yourself as the tool, but say you have a parent that manufactures the tool itself is what leaves behind those marks.
So on a particular lot, you're gonna have likely it would be unusual to have subclass characteristics shared by those cartridges?
That's correct.
But within those subclass or in between those characteristics, you can see on occasion, you can find individual characteristics?
There is the potential, yes.
Potential. How are individual characteristics created? How do they come to be?
Individual characteristics are also throughout the manufacturing process. They are those tools that also make this. So it's not as though it's just subclass or individual, they can be made within the same tool. Typically, it occurs during the finishing processes of the tools that come into contact and make the tools that are inside the firearm. So those individual characteristics can occur during the manufacturing process, but they can also occur during the use and abuse of a firearm. Think of the car example that I gave to you before about looking for class characteristics. Say you drive your new, nice, shiny car off the lot and you take it to Walmart or whatever and somebody opens their door on it, and now you have this nice red ding on the side of your pretty white car. That would be an individual characteristic. So it's something that happened throughout the use and abuse over the life of that type of object, but in firearms it can also happen during the manufacturing process, as well as throughout the life of the firearm.
You may prefer to cover this a little bit later, you can let me know, but are you researched and studied and aware of studies on consecutively made tools, firearms, ammunition, or other tools? Have you studied that?
There are research articles that have been out there, published about consecutively made objects, and the reason that we are so interested in that is because that anything made at the same time during the same manufacturing process we, as a community, want to know can an examiner tell the difference from those consecutively made items. So it is of interest to us as examiners.
And what did you learn? Were you able to decipher the differences of tools that were made one right after another on the machine?
I took the 10-barrel test, which is a popular test in our field that is not a black box study, but it is a test that does look at consecutiveness, and I did pass that test. I have also taken black box studies that have consecutiveness in them. Unfortunately, on those studies, since we're anonymous, we're not allowed to get our answers back, so I don't know what my answers are, but I can tell you what the overall stats of those are.
What are those?
The overall stats of one of the studies is about 1.5% for false positives and it's about 2.87 for false negatives.
Okay. 1.5% as a false positive on discerning consecutive made barrels?
In the black box study, it would have consisted of things more than just consecutively made, but there were consecutively made stuff in those black box studies, so that one was not consecutively made, but there were parts that were consecutively made in it.
I want to talk to you, Ms. Oberg, about the keys to being able to perform these examinations and come and determine class characteristics, subclass, and individual. I believe this is this bullet point. Could you use this to explain to the jury what allows you to make these determinations?
Yes. So on the slide, what you're seeing is numerous things that an examiner learns and is trained throughout their years of experience, as well as in their initial training program. So at the Indiana State Police and our training program, we have a whole section dedicated to looking at subclass marks and being able to identify them and look at them through the use of. An examiner has to build their own library of different types of manufacturing processes and looking at videos of what those manufacturing processes are like. Also, an examiner, before they are released to do casework at the Indiana State Police, has to complete the 10-barrel test in order to perform casework, so they are exposed to consecutiveness on multiple occasions. So it's not only training by reading and looking at videos, but it's also the application of it. There's also research that an analyst can read about and look at pictures that have been taken by other examiners to show what they should be aware of and what things can look like. So the research that they can read is typically, in the AFT journal, but it can also be published in other journals, as well, such as the Journal of Forensic Sciences. The other thing is during those processes that I just mentioned, one will learn the manufacturing process of firearms. A lot of that is done, you can either do it through videos, but you can also take tours of firearms manufacturers. So as I stated earlier that I have toured various firearms manufacturers and I can learn the processes that they use during the time of manufacturing, so I am able to understand how a firearm is manufactured. During the examination process, there is what's called, you could do direct observation or indirect observation. Direct observation would be where the examiner looks at the tool that is coming into contact with the actual item that is being marked. There's two parts here to this direct observation. The first is.
So in firearms primarily, you're talking about the tool would be the actual firearm?
Correct, yes.
And sometimes you are asked to do an examination or you're asked to participate in a study, a test, essentially, where you don't have the firearm to use to compare?
Correct. So any proficiency test that I receive or any black box study I receive, I do not receive the firearm. So an analyst is able to directly observe on the ammunition that they receive and, because they have had other training and research, they are able to deduce, most of the time, what might have marked that area and what areas to be aware of not to use. The indirect observation part comes from looking at the firearm using what is called microsil casting material. You could use a different type of casting material, but typically, at the Indiana State Police, we use microsil, where you would actually inject the casting material into the firearm and you would take it out. You can use this to look at what the tool looks like at a finer level, potentially. You could use that on a comparison microscope and compare it to your test fires. You could compare it to any evidence that is received. The next portion would be scope magnification. As I talked about early on, when you have subclass characteristics or even the potential or any examination that you're doing, you want to go up in magnification level so that you're not just looking at superficial agreement, you want to look for the fine detail and between the superficial agreement. The last.
And the different tools would be like the extractor, the ejector, the chamber area.
Correct.
And so forth? Explain the process that you follow for various levels of examination.
The first step on the examination process with getting the evidence starts with a Level 1 analysis. A Level 1 analysis is basically assessing the condition of any type of evidence that I receive, from the outside packaging all the way through the inside, taking descriptive notes and so forth. So the first part is there anything missing? Is there anything broken? Is there any type of biological material? Is there anything adhering to it? So that's the first initial. Anytime I open a package of evidence, I'm looking at that type of stuff. So the next part of this Level 1 analysis is actually assessing for class characteristics. So if I receive a firearm, I'm gonna want to know what type of class characteristics it has, such as caliber, number of lands and grooves, areas and locations of extractor and ejector, shape of firing pin, and so forth. So basically, I'm looking at all the class characteristics, shapes, potential widths of lands and grooves, the direction of the twist, the weight of the bullet, so all those class characteristics that we talked.
What is level 2?
So the Level L2 analysis starts with the second part of this process and, essentially, if a firearm is submitted, the firearm, at that time, will be test-fired. It will not only be test-fired, but it'll undergo a function exam to see if there's anything wrong with the firearm, and it'll be test-fired multiple times. These test fires are basically what create a visual image of what the inside of the firearm looks like. These test fires can be cycled or they can be actually fired, so that can occur at that time during the testing process. The next step of that is to use what is called a comparison microscope. A comparison microscope is two microscopes hooked together with an optical bridge. It allows the viewer to view two objects simultaneously. It also allows the viewer to manipulate the lighting. It allows the viewer to view it at different magnification levels. So basically, you're going to have object 1, object 2, and you're doing a manual comparison of each object that you're looking at. You're not only assessing for the class characteristics, but at this time is the point when you start assessing also, as well, for subclass and individual marks. So that is the first part of Level 2 analysis.
How essential is the comparison microscope to the work you do?
It is basically the prime thing that allows an examiner to make the conclusions that they can make. So it is the essential part of learning how to move it, manipulate it, and the lighting aspect of it. It also is what takes pictures for us.
How unlike looking at a photo like the ones you've already shown us from?
Looking through a comparison microscope is like watching a movie, so from start to finish, you're looking at everything that's involved. So if you were to watch the movie E.T., you would see the whole thing, the start, the plot, the finish. The unfortunate part is that our recording of this does not occur through the entire movie. We can only take pictures at certain points. So when you see a picture, it'd be like if I gave you a picture of a boy riding a bike in E.T., you only see that part of it, so you don't see everything that has elapsed and been done during the examination process. This process is basically for the examiner, to remind them of what they came across during their examination process, but the pictures themselves do not, in any way, represent everything that was seen at the time of the examination process.
What is the continue with what this references on the remainder of Level 2?
So the finishing part of a Level 2 analysis is that one will do comparisons to items received, and they'll also do comparisons to tests that they have created themselves. During this process, an examiner can render conclusions at the end of this process that I talked about, like the movie, looking at it through the comparison microscope. So at the end of it, an examiner can render 3 different conclusions. Those conclusions can be identification, inconclusive, or exclusion. An identification would be the agreement, sufficient agreement of quantity and quality of marks, as well as sufficient quantity and quality of individual marks, as well as the agreement of class characteristics. The inconclusive part would be if the examiner can't make a decision at that time for.
Thank you. Excuse me, I'll step through here. I want to hand you, Ms. Oberg, Exhibit 148. Can you look at that, please, and tell the jury if you recognize it?
Yes. So this has the Indiana State Police bar code on it. It has my initials, the item number, the case number, and again, it has my initials down here on the tape seal.
I'm gonna hand you State's Exhibit 278. Will you tell the jury what that is?
Yeah. So STAT's Exhibit 278 are pictures that were taken at the time of my examination process. It has the outside packaging, as well as what was contained in the inside packaging, which was a Winchester .40 Smith & Wesson caliber cartridge.
I would move the admission of State's Exhibit 248.
No objection.
All right. Without objection, 278 is admitted.
May I ask to publish it to the jury, please?
I thought you said 270. I might have misheard you. 248, is that right?
It's 278.
278.
Oh, I'm sorry.
248 is.
I thought he said 248.
He did.
I did.
He said 248, but it's 278.
278.
Correct, sir. Thank you.
It's confusing. My apologies.
That's all right.
We have a lot of numbers here. We don't need any confusion.
And yes, you may be published.
So, Ms. Oberg, is the photograph on the top of that I think 4 page?
Yes, it is.
And states 148. Can you tell us how it came to the laboratory and how it came to you?
Yes. Hold on 1 second. What I'm referencing right here is a chain of custody of this particular item. It originated from, come into the laboratory from Brian Olihe, and then it was given to Stacy Bozanovsky, and then I received it from Stacy Bozanovsky.
And do you know who Stacy Bozanovsky is?
Yes. She's a DNA analyst at the Indiana State Police.
So the cartridge that's been photographed and contained within the packaging of State's Exhibit 148 went to DNA before it went to firearms?
Yes, it did.
Is that unusual?
No, it's not.
And why is that?
I am a DNA and fingerprint destroyer. So anything that comes to me has the ability to potentially get destroyed, and the reason is because of the way things are handled, so it's always best that it goes through DNA and fingerprints first, and that's because of what I have to do, whether it be manipulating on a scope or the examination process. Our surfaces are not built like DNA and the fact that they're working in a sterile environment. So if I were to notice something and it hadn't gone to DNA or fingerprints, I'm gonna stop my exam immediately and it's gonna go back to them. The processes that happen in firearms, it just does not render the ability to maintain that stuff. It's not that we don't try, it's...
When 148 was received by you and you opened it.
Correct.
And was there anything inside this container besides a cartridge?
There was a folded piece of white bench coat paper.
And is that a type of paper that you're accustomed to seeing in the laboratory?
Yes, I am.
And you don't know the origin or you have no information directly on the origin of that particular object?
Typically, it comes from our DNA analyst and their examination process. It's something that they use. So they'll open the item on a particular surface, they'll fold it up and put it back in there for retention. We don't mess with that in the firearms section, it's just maintained with the integrity of the item.
And how would you describe the how did you when you observed the cartridge inside of 148? Describe for the jury its appearance.
When I received it, I did not observe any biological material or anything miscellaneous attached to it, no fibers or anything. It looked to be in good condition. I didn't observe any corrosive substances or anything happening at that time, so basically, it was non-remarkable to me.
Here's a curveball question for you, if you're ready. How many cartridges and cartridges cases have you examined in your 17 years with the Indiana State?
I don't have a particular number, alls I can say is a lot.
Could be thousands?
Yes.
And do you see them in all different kinds of conditions when they come to you? I'm not talking about the bullet and bullet fragments, that part, but I'm just talking about the cartridges and cartridge cases.
Yes.
And you're accustomed, in those thousands of experiences, to see cartridges and cartridge cases in a variety of conditions?
Correct.
Did this particular item, 148, did it appear to be weathered or in any way affected by the outside environment?
I did not observe anything. I can't tell you if it was outside or inside or how it was recovered or what conditions. All I can say is that when it came to me, I did not observe anything that would make me think that it had been in a state where it was in contact with corrosive either substance or outside.
When this was received by you, did you examine it?
Yes, I did.
Describe that for the jury and describe to the jury what we're looking at.
So the first submission that I received, initially I received the cartridge, which was my item 16, and I looked at it for class characteristics. I noticed that it was a Winchester .40 Smith & Wesson caliber cartridge. It consisted of a jacketed, hollow point bullet that was loaded into it. It had a brass primer, a nickel cartridge case. It also had what appeared to be 3 ejector marks on.
Do you still have your model with you, the cartridge model?
Yes, I do.
Would you mind getting that? When you say you saw 3 what might be extractor marks, where did you observe those?
Extractor or ejectors?
Ejectors.
So the ejectors are actually on the head and there appear to be one in one location and then a grouping of 2 closer together.
And are you looking at this through the naked eye or are you using any assistance?
So one can observe them either with the naked eye, but most analysts, when they start looking at class characteristics and so forth or doing any measurements, they're using a stereoscope. So a stereoscope is just a lower, powered magnification scope. It's not as powerful as a comparison scope. It sits at your bench and you're able to pull it over any object directly and enhance the magnification to see what's present.
And what there are other objects here, what else did you receive while you were examining the cartridge?
So initially, I only received the cartridge, but during the examination process, I was also made aware that there was a firearm that was recovered and I hadn't closed out my notes or written a report yet, so I added this item that I received, which was a Glock Model 22.40 Smith & Wesson caliber.
Can you give us the date that you received your item 16, our evidence 148, Exhibit 148?
The initial date that I received item 16 was February 17, 2017, at approximately 1:37 p.m.
And when did you receive this Glock Model 22.40 Smith & Wesson caliber pistol?
I received this item at 1st February 17, and this one I received at 1:06 p.m.
Are all the items that you received at the Indiana State Police Laboratory, are there sealing protocol of any packages received?
Yes, there are.
And so a package cannot be received by the lab unless it's in a sealed condition?
Correct.
What are we seeing in this image?
This is an image taken with a comparison microscope. The comparison microscope here, I'm looking at the class characteristics that I saw that were present on the cartridge as received. So initially what I saw were 3 ejector marks. The ejector marks are circled in red here. There's miscellaneous marks on the primer. I don't know what those marks are from, but they're there. There's also miscellaneous particles inside what I would call the primer crevice, so in this area. Indicates, I don't know what those are, but that was observed.
Judge, may we approach?
Yeah.
Sidebar conference conducted.
I'm gonna object, but I don't think he's admitted the exhibit just yet.
He hasn't.
So I'm gonna object, he needs to lay a foundation.
148's been admitted. It was admitted yesterday.
Not the photos though.
The photos haven't, unless they're in that inaudible.
These photos?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll.
Inaudible.
Are they contained in 278?
This is an enlargement of the photo with the microscope of 278, so I believe it's been admitted.
Well, I think if he's going to use that as a demonstrative exhibit, he's got to lay a foundation for it.
She's already identified it for a demonstrative exhibit 4, inaudible.
Yeah, let's go over there so.
I don't really have a problem with it, but...
No, I know.
I'm just trying to make sure I know.
But this is 278, this is what I've admitted in 278.
These are the magnified images of that.
Right.
So we don't have any that is magnified.
You don't have those?
Yeah, I don't know. And I also don't know what's coming next, so I just thought I would address this.
Sure.
Before we get a barrage of...
Yeah.
Images. How many images of the cartridges are on here?
There'll be images of there's probably a half a dozen of those.
'Cause I plan on putting them in, too.
Okay.
So maybe, if we took a break, I can look at what he's got, but...
Okay.
Then we don't have to, make this complicated.
Okay.
I just didn't know what was coming.
Right.
And so...
Okay.
Makes sense. Okay.
Sidebar conference concluded.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and take a quick break then to get this resolved. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go ahead and take a break. give you a chance to get up and move around a little. While you're outside the courtroom, please keep your minds open. Please don't form any opinions or conclusions about anything. You may discuss the evidence that you've heard, but please, only do that if all 16 of you are present in the jury room at the same time, and please, don't deliberate. Gentlemen.
All rise.
Jury out at 10:26 a.m.
Okay. You may be seated. So how much time will we need to get all of this resolved here?
I think
I can just give him a copy right now.
Okay. So you've got those, so just wheel and then, those will need to be marked and admitted, so that we can do this properly. So let's take about 15 minutes, then, okay.
My apologies.
All right. That's all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Off record at 10:27 a.m. On record at 10:45 a.m. Sidebar conference conducted.
I'm glad you brought that up because
Yeah, that's fine. So Jim shared this with me. I appreciate that. I just kind of looked through the pages. I don't have any objections. He can. It's his exhibit.
Is this the PowerPoint?
This is just the PowerPoint.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
'Cause I was just gonna ask you, we need the PowerPoint for the record. Okay. Go ahead.
My only objection, in terms of the admissibility of all this, is that what you're planning on doing? I mean, I guess that's what.
I wasn't going to until you objected, but I think I'll just instead of trying to pull.
You were just going to use it for demonstrative purposes only?
I'm gonna admit it, and just go ahead and give copies to the jury.
My issue is that pages 35, well, I numbered them. I'm trying to make this easier. 35, 38, they're not numbered.
No.
Page 43 contain research on the bullets, and I guess I would object on the basis that it's hearsay. I understand that the witness, she can consider and testify based on hearsay.
Right.
Her testimony can do that.
Right.
But in terms of the admissibility of the articles and all the other information, that's the part that I object to. I can give you those numbers if you want to.
The images do not
Oh, here we go.
contain the whole article, but they're showing a sampling of the research she did, and what a sampling of what supports her conclusions. We're not giving the jury the entire article to read, but this would simply be what the caption is, what the subject matter of the article is, so I don't see how it's hearsay. I think it's relevant, and I don't see prejudice to it.
Then you've got a complexness problem, too. That's
Well, I mean, experts can testify based on their examination and based on their research of articles and stuff like that. I mean, that's not the issue. I think the issue now is the completeness issue.
and it's highlighted
And highlighted. So is this going to the jury?
I can have those articles removed if you're.
Okay. I mean, I don't have a problem with them being displayed on the screen, and her discussing them, but then giving them to the jury when they're not, is probably not proper.
It's not complete.
It's also going to be few more days of deliberations.
Yeah. So if you want to, as opposed to giving them this entire packet, if you wait and later on you just want to give them the photographs, I don't have a problem with that, not one bit.
So what you're objecting to, all of?
The articles.
Your objections to the articles?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, and those can be projected upon the screen.
Yep.
And she can talk about them, but we just won't give them to them.
That was my original plan.
Okay. Are you okay with that?
You want me to give you the page number?
No, 'cause it's the pages that have the articles, right?
Yep.
Okay.
279 is the exhibit number already?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Okay.
All right. Very good.
Thank you.
Sidebar conference concluded.
All right. So we're gonna display 279 in its entirety with the witness. The objection from the defendant is sustained as it relates to the articles. She can testify about the articles that she used in her research. I have no problem with that, but giving those to the jury, because they're not complete, would be improper, and I would sustain the defendant's objection to that part. So if you want to redact those from, are you providing copies to the jurors?
We will. We'll redact them.
Okay. So anything that has the articles in it would not be going back to the jury, okay. With that understanding then, are we ready to proceed, Mr. Luttrell?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Rossi, are you ready?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's bring them in.
All rise.
Jury in at 10:51 a.m.
Thank you. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Luttrell.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the state would move the admission of State's Exhibit 279, which is, essentially, the PowerPoint presentation testimony today. We will remove from the packet the references or the portions of articles that are on the screen.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Rossi.
No objection.
All right. Without objection, then, 279 is admitted.
I wanted to begin by we're looking at this image here of the portion of the cartridge that was submitted to you, State's Exhibit 148, and while that's up, I wanted you to talk to the jury about the stamp. Is this called the head stamp?
Yes. So anything outside of the primer area, what you see stamped there, would be considered a head stamp.
And explain what's markings or what is stamped on that head stamp.
So this stamp that you see here is Winchester, so this cartridge would have been manufactured or marketed by Winchester. And it is a .40 Smith & Wesson caliber designation.
So the Smith & Wesson, SNW, reference is not to a firearm in this situation?
It's not. If you're thinking of Smith & Wesson, the company, it's not that. It's actually, this is a caliber designation. So if you looked at a firearm and say whoever manufactured it, just say it was Glock, a Glock will say on there, Glock .40 SNW. That means that you would put .40 Smith & Wesson caliber ammunition into that gun. So it can fit into anything that is designated as .40 Smith & Wesson.
Is there anything else about this image, this portion of Exhibit 148, that you'd comment on?
No, there's not.
The next image, is that also a photograph of State's Exhibit 148?
Yes, it is.
And what does it show?
This shows extractor or what appear to be extractor marks underneath the rim of this cartridge, and it is what I observed on the comparison microscope.
And the next image?
This image here shows the sidewall of the cartridge. So again, if you remember the little exhibit from before, it's gonna be this side area that I'm looking at, so it's turned to its side on the comparison microscope, and I'm looking to see is there anything that's indicative of maybe chamber marks or magazine lip marks, and what I noticed is that there are marks present. The two pink arrows, they could, potentially, be magazine lip marks, they could be from something else. They're not what I would call, they don't have a lot of information there to assess off of, but there is something there. The gray area at the top are random scratches, I don't know what they're from, but there's just not a lot of information up there, but I assessed it to see what's there and what potential marks might be there.
Let's back up to the Sub-My-Cyan 1 slide. We see that photograph of the Glock. Did you compare the Glock or the cartridge on the left, State's Exhibit 148, to the Glock?
Yes, I did.
Could you explain to the jury how you did that?
So basically, that goes back to the Level 1 and Level 2 analysis. I would have function tested the firearm, test fired it, and cycled it, and I would have.
And what was your conclusion after doing so?
The conclusion on this firearm to the cartridge that was submitted is I noticed that there were differences in the position of the ejector mark from the Glock. It was closer to the primer, looked like an upside-down check mark, basically. I did not observe any corresponding individual to item 16. I didn't observe any significant class characteristic similarities, however, since I only received one of item 16, I did not officially exclude it, but there was nothing to suggest that item 16 was cycled in the firearm in item 24.
Did you receive, later in 2017, another submission?
Yes, I did.
And what did you receive?
In this submission, I received 2 additional firearms. I received a Smith & Wesson, this time not to be confused with the cartridge designation, but the actual manufacturer of a firearm, a Smith & Wesson model MNP 40.40 Smith & Wesson caliber firearm. I also received a magazine, but no ammunition with that firearm. The second firearm, I received a Sig Sauer model P239.40 Smith & Wesson caliber pistol. I received a magazine with that, as well as an envelope containing 6 cartridges. Those 6 cartridges were Winchester caliber .40 Smith & Wesson caliber cartridges. They had a different head stamp than item 16, and they had a brass primer and brass cartridge case.
So you compared what your number item 16, which is State's Exhibit 148, you compared this to the Smith & Wesson and to the Sig Sauer model P239?
Correct.
But both of these are .40 caliber Smith & Wesson pistols.
That is correct.
It's just the Glock was.
That is correct.
And your conclusion on both the Smith & Wesson pistol and the Sig Sauer model 239 pistol was what?
So my item 90, with is a Smith & Wesson model MNP 40. That was very similar to the Glock in the sense that it didn't have similar class characteristics to item 16. It had differences in the way the shape of the ejector was, it was more oval-shaped, and it also had ejector shear. It also had nice representative marks on the chamber that I could readily identify back test to test, but I did not observe that on item 16. So in this case, again, there was really no similarity in class characteristics and there was no significant agreement of individual characteristics. So while I didn't fully exclude it, there was nothing to suggest that it was from that firearm. The second firearm, the Sig Sauer, this firearm did have similar class characteristics to item 16. It also exhibited heavy subclass marks in the ejector mark on this Sig Sauer pistol that were not representative or indicative of what I saw on item 16. So there were similar class characteristics, but the subclass characteristics that I saw on this pistol did not carry over into item 16. Nor did I see any other substantial individual characteristics that aligned with item 16, so this one I could not identify or exclude. It was inconclusive at that time.
Now, when you examined the Glock, as well as the Smith & Wesson, and as well as the Sig Sauer Model 239, did you do test fires and test cycles?
Yes, I did.
Explain to the jury how you actually do that.
So basically, initially what you saw today was cycling. That is how I would have. It would have been a laboratory setting and I would have actually had the firearm raised. But the way I would have cycled is that I would have loaded ammunition into a magazine and I simply would have just kept on pulling back on the slide to cycle several cartridges through there. I also then would have test fired each firearm.
And where do you test fire them?
The firearms are test fired in our water tank at the Indiana State Police. So basically, you'll load the magazine, put it in the magazine well, and you'll fire those. The bullets will land in the water and the cartridge cases will extract and eject to the side of the firearm.
Now your State's Exhibit 148, your item 16, is a Winchester cartridge that you received in February of 2017. It's a cartridge, it's not as you explained, it's not a fired or spent casing, correct?
It was not fired, no.
So explain to the jury why you did test fires with these firearms?
I will always do test fires, even in cycled cases, because it's important for an examiner to understand what the difference is between the fired and cycled marks, if there is any differences. Sometimes there's not very much difference between the two, so I want to be able to see the difference, if there is any differences, or if there's substantial difference between them, so I'm going to take both fired and cycled. The firing process creates a lot more pressure than just cycling, so, at times, they can give you a much better picture of what you're actually seeing and much better duplication of the marks that are occurring.
The various tools inside the firearm when you cycle it are also acting upon the fire or the cartridge.
Objection. Leading.
Sustained.
What is the similarity between a cycled cartridge and a fired bullet that ejects the casing?
So the similarities are: you load it into the magazine E, you're going to rack that slide to the rear, it goes into the same chamber area, and it can come into contact with any of those tools in there. The only difference really is the pressure that happens. The pressure during firing is much greater than it is with cycling, so that's going to be your main difference, but it doesn't suddenly go into like a magic turn out of the firearm. It goes in the same hole the same way, and it's just the difference in pressure that's actually occurring between the two.
Can you give us the date? I've asked you for the date of submission 1. Can you give us the date you received and examined this Smith & Wesson pistol and the Sig Sauer Model 239?
So item 90, which is the Smith & Wesson, I received that on February 27, 2017. The second pistol here, the Sig Sauer pistol, I received on hold on, sorry, my mistake there, I received it on February 28, 2017.
You had a third submission of firearms, is that correct?
Yes.
Describe what this consisted of.
So I received a bunch of bags of water and guns, and the actual second picture right here was a manila envelope, so it was not in water, but all 4 of these guns were received in water and my task was to make them safe.
Can you tell the jury when you received these items that are shown on the screen under submission 3?
So the first item that I received was item 273, which would have been the firearm, the Springfield Armory, that was received on August 23, 22 at 12:26 p.m. The rest of the items received here were received on August 23, 22 at 1:26 p.m.
Next, submission 4. What was submission 4?
Submission 4 was item 314, was submitted to me. It was a Sig Sauer Model P226.40 Smith & Wesson caliber pistol. It was bearing the serial number U625627. I also received item 315, which is one Winchester .40 Smith &
This photo here on the left is this item right here?
Yes.
You the previous Sig Sauer that you had examined and received in late February of 2017. How does it compare to this model, the 226?
So there are differences in magazine styles. The width of the magazine well area is different because the magazine in the first one is, basically, a single stack. This is a double stack. There are probably slight other differences that can happen, but since I didn't have the firearms next to each other, I couldn't do a full-on comparison of any of the other differences.
Ms. Oberg, I'm gonna hand you States Exhibit 280 and ask if you could identify this.
So States Exhibit 280 is my item 315, which would be a Winchester .40 Smith & Wesson caliber cartridge.
And States Exhibit 281?
States Exhibit 281 is representative of my item 316, which would be a Blazer .40 Smith & Wesson caliber cartridge.
And States Exhibit 282?
States Exhibit 282 would be consistent of the 2 magazines with the ammunition that was received in them that are packaged in these 2 manila envelopes now by me.
I would move the admission of States Exhibits 280, 281, and 282.
No objection.
All right. Without objection, 280, 281, and 282 are admitted. States Exhibits 280 through 282 admitted.
And for the record, based upon the testimony yesterday, these items were collected at the same time as States Exhibits Exhibit 276 in the search warrant of the defendant's home. You received these items when again?
I received these items October 14, 2022 at 2:12 p.m.
So this would have been received 5.5 years following receipt of States Exhibit 148, or your item 16, the Winchester Smith & Wesson .40 cartridge.
Correct.
Are you aware of studies that deal with the characteristic of longevity when it comes to firearms if you're gonna be examining something 5 years after you received an item that you'll be comparing it to?
Yes. As I'd stated previously, some of the black box studies deal with longevity. The Indiana State Police actually possessed a 10,000 round test that examiners could look at and do comparisons on. That 10,000 round test was of bullets.
Would you explain what do you mean by a 10,000 round test?
So our troopers used to carry Beretta pistols, so what they do is they will do a longevity test of these pistols to see how well they hold up over time. During that time, they collected I think it was every 10th round that was.
Have you conducted or have you warmed yourself to research of issues of longevity of firearms?
Yes. I mean, typically, in any longevity study, typically what happens is that you may be able to identify for a while, but after, in some cases, if the firearm does not hold up, typically, you're not able to identify at some point in time. Sometimes, with some firearms, it's not a problem. Some firearms, depending on what the manufacturing process was, it may subside after a time and you may not be able to identify back to that firearm. Typically what happens, at least what I could see in the Indiana State Police 10,000 round test is that sometimes you will get a little bit of dropout, and some of the bigger studies, it could be potential that you just lose everything, because the firearm just depreciates and that's over a very long time. Typically, most firearms when you're firing a couple hundred rounds or a couple thousand rounds, you're not seeing that depreciation quite as fast. And it also depends, does the person clean, use a bore brush, and so forth, and expose it to potential chemicals that could break down the inside surface.
You examined the Sig Sauer Model 226, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And would you describe its condition describe its condition that you found it in?
As I found it, it didn't appear to have anything broken, it functioned as.
Explain to the jury how you proceeded to this examination of the comparing this cartridge, States Exhibit 148, with this firearm, States Exhibit 226.
So similar process as before doing the Level 1 and Level 2 analysis. Of course, at this point, I had already examined item 16 multiple times, so I'm looking at the Level 1 and Level 2 analysis of the firearm that I received, so I'll complete those steps. I'll function exam the firearm and I'll get test fires and test cycles from the firearm, and then I will proceed to a comparison process at that time, which I can render a conclusion.
And in the process of doing so, you utilized your comparison microscope, obviously.
Correct.
And you took photographs?
Yes, I did.
What's the purpose of taking photographs?
The purpose of taking photographs at the time of examination is to have for the examiner to recollect their memory. They are not to be used for identification purposes. That is not something that an examiner will do in the firearms unit. They are made for memory purposes, so that the examiner, when they can testify, that they can testify to the areas that they looked at. Again.
Would any firearm examiner who's certified and follows the training that would be approved by AFT, would they make an opinion based upon studying photographs?
So at the Indiana State Police, we did not render conclusions off of photographs. For the majority of people I knew, they did not render conclusions off of photographs. I know in some limited instances, I had heard of some laboratories that might take pictures of something that is typically really good, something associated maybe with a Glock. They may be able to, their guidelines may allow them to render a conclusion, and that would not be the initial conclusion, that would be of the verification process.
So only in some limited situations by some laboratories for the verification process?
Yes. I wasn't very familiar with that being done, but I do know that there's at least one laboratory that does it.
So your purpose for showing the jury photographs is not to conduct an examination here in court?
No, it is not. It would be inappropriate to do that.
I believe I've walked away from my clicker. What do we see in this image, ma'am?
This image right here is a picture of the ejector on the head. This on the left-hand side here is item 16, and this is a test fire from the firearm that I received in this case, so that's in item 314. You'll see case number, you'll see item number, you'll see magnification level, the hairline right here, indicates, and the area that I circled was the area that I was looking at.
The jury's familiar. I believe they've seen multiple packages that bear the number 17K00066. Is that number?
That was the first case number that I received, so item 16 would have been received underneath that case number.
What is 19K00197?
That would have been when I received the firearm. It came in underneath that case number.
Why did the case number change?
From what I was told is that within our laboratory information management system that there was some maxing out of the first case number and they were not able to add items into it, or there was some issue going on, so they had to create the additional case.
Is the 17 and the 19 a reference to, well, what is that a reference to?
Basically, those are the case numbers that each item was submitted underneath, so item 16 would have been referenced as the 17K case and item 315 would have been underneath the 19K case.
That's only because you ran out of numbers on the 17K?
That's what I had been told. Whether that's true or not, I can't confirm.
But it's the same case?
Correct.
And does 17 relate to the year?
Yes, it does.
And the 19 would again relate to 2 years later?
Yes. Whenever they pulled that out, if they submitted more evidence underneath that case number, it would have been relevant to when they submitted that first item in that year.
Let's go back to this. You've test-fired and test-cycled pistols, this item, 276, and then compared those test cycles and test firings to States Exhibit 148, the Winchester Smith & Wesson that you received cartridge that you received in February of 2017, correct?
That is correct.
And what was the result of your Mr. Razi? Judge, request a sidebar.
Sidebar conference conducted.
I mean, we're I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
I mean, we're, obviously, gonna get to her conclusions.
Him. Affirmative response.
I'm gonna make the record that I'm gonna object to her testifying that there's sufficient agreement between any of the fired rounds in that firearm or the item 16 and the firearm based on the arguments that are referenced in the June 13th, 23 motion in limine regarding ballistics that you've summarily denied. I'm just gonna make it now.
That's fine. Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Sidebar conference concluded.
What was the result of your examination, ma'am?
I was able to identify the pistol in item 314 as having fired having cycled the cartridge in item 16.
So this cartridge contained in this package marked cartridge near bodies. You were able to identify that it had been cycled through this firearm that came from the defendant's home, States Exhibit 276 or your item 314?
Yes, I was.
In looking at this image that we just previously showed the jury, does this remind you and give you an ability to articulate for the jury one of the things that you identified or used in making this identification?
Yes.
Will you please explain that?
So basically here I'm looking at the ejector mark and I am looking at the edge of the ejector towards this would be the rim area over here, and so I'm looking at that area first. Indicates.
This next image?
This next image is another image of the same area, but I'm moving the hairline over to look at the area that I'm observing.
And this third image?
So I walked around this ejector, all the way around in a 360 view to see the different things that I could observe in different lighting and different areas, so this is basically a different area of the ejector and areas of agreement that I could see.
This next image?
This image is the same thing. I'm turning it around, adjusting the light to.
Would you explain for the jury we talked about the numbers on the left side of this blue banner at the bottom of the image? Would you explain to the jury the numbers on the right side? It begins with 016.
So basically the 016, this is item 16, which would be represented on the left, and on this side is going to be my test fires from item 314 on the right-hand side. This 60 times is the magnification level I used to observe this.
Did you observe that particular portion at various magnification marks?
Yes, I did.
So when you see 1016 there and the various test items that you compared to it, that is this item, cartridge, States Exhibit 148, the cartridge near bodies. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What is this image?
This image is another rotation and adjustment of the light so that I can observe other things. This is outside of the parallel marks originally observed on the very edge, just showing some more areas of agreement that I could see with adjusting the light.
What does this slide with the 5 images show us?
These 5 images here are representative of the photos that I took at the time of my examination process to remind me of the areas that I looked at, and this is just all of them compiled together. This is just the ejector marks, so it's just that section so far.
What is this, ma'am?
This picture is a direct observation of the ejector in the pistol. So this is.
So by subclass means other firearms manufactured in the same lot could share those characteristics?
Wouldn't necessarily mean the same firearms, but ejectors.
Ejectors, okay. This slide showing well, tell the jury what it shows.
So this slide is in relation to the ejector that I directly observed. The process that appeared to be going on with that ejector is that it was ground. That grinding process has a potential to be observed, and others have observed that process in our community, as well. So there's 2 articles here that talk about grinding and the potential for subclass, and also the potential for individual characteristics that can be found in that grinding process. So the bottom one with 9mm Smith & Wesson ejectors, these are a series of ejectors. They are not consecutively made, but these are a series of ejectors that was observed by somebody taking an armorer's course, and so they wanted to look at them, and they ended up casting them and looking at them and noting that they did have subclass characteristics, but they also possessed individual characteristics.
And why would you look at a study on chisels when you're conducting this examination?
For us, it doesn't matter what tool it is. We want to know the process that was used. The process is what is important. So whether it's ground, whether it's milled, whether it's lathed, whether it's mimed, which is a molding technique, any time of study that's out there that studies those processes which makes the tools that we see, we would be interested in. So it could be any of those processes, no matter which type of tool it makes.
Are these 2 studies simply a representation or a representative sample of other research that you're aware of in this area?
Yes. This is just some basic articles that I would have come across during my training and experience and from taking subclass courses.
And did they serve to support and inform your decision and your conclusions in this matter?
Yes, they do.
Next, you look at another tool on the firearm. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
What is this image?
This is an image, so if you're looking at one of the ejectors down in the bottom, for you guys this is going to be the left-hand corner, this would be up.
And again, you looked at it under various magnification levels, correct?
Yes, I did.
And photographed it under the 60?
Correct.
The first set of photos you saw, the 5 that you've been describing to the jury, were all ejector?
Correct.
And what is causing this?
This would be the front of the chamber face area of the barrel of the firearm.
You talked about on one of your earlier images, not of this firearm, but one of your earlier images, you showed how that there was a shape to the chamber face area. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Tell us about the chamber, this chamber, the firearm, 314.
So the chamber face of this firearm has this raised, this portion here, and it has the U shape. It's also attached to what you see behind here, 'cause that's the barrel. So what you're seeing here is the area that is coming into.
And what conclus ion did you come to when you examined the marks of the chamber area marks on this cartridge?
Sorry, could you repeat that again?
What was your assessment at that time, after examining the chamber area of the firearm and the chamber marks?
So this head area or the face of this chamber face is that I noticed that it was manufactured in a milling way, so the barrel is drilled, then it's milled. I was able to observe that here. I also ended up painting. This area I actually painted because I wanted to actually cycle a cartridge in there to see does it hit the head in the area that I'm observing, and so I was able to do that, as well. An interesting part about this area up here is, as you can see, it comes to a point, so in the firearm it comes down to a point. When examiners see that area coming down into a point, it has a good potential of leaving behind individual characteristics.
And did you observe any individual characteristics that you related back to this chamber area?
Yes, I did.
And did you do research, and had you done research previous on this chamber face area?
I had been exposed to previous research at training classes.
What is this article?
This article is an article published by Rachel Bolton, King and others on here. It talks about the manufacturing of a SIG pistol and it talks about the barrel process and, specially, now, this is a 9mm in here, so it is not referencing.
Would that manufacturing process be similar?
I would expect it to be somewhat similar, and also for the various fact that I looked at the barrel directly and I could tell that milling was used as a process on this barrel.
What further does this article communicate that you felt was relevant?
So when she toured the factory at SIG, she is a European analyst, so she toured the factory over in Europe. What she noticed was that during the milling process, the first steel piece is cut off and turned away with cutting head 1, so the first portion of the barrel is cut with cutting head 1, while the second piece is produced at the same time, so a second barrel coming behind it, is cut with the second cutting head. So something that's consecutively running on a line gets cut with the first cutter, the second barrel behind it gets cut with a second cutter, meaning that from that start process right there, they're not consecutive in that machine that's processing it.
And why is that important to you as a firearm analyst?
So as I talked about before, we do studies where we look at consecutively made items, and so consecutively made items are typically those items that could present potential problems in the sense that they would be manufactured at the same time, and so they could show more relatable individual characteristics or potential subclass characteristics.
But the fact that their two different tools are doing the two consecutive.
Well, it suggests that, at least in that operation lot that they're working with on that particular piece of equipment, that those barrels that are going in there aren't, from the very start, consecutively made.
And why is that important to you?
It's important to me because it lets me know that there's at least two cutting heads in there and that I can deduce that there is a potential that even made at the same time in the same lot, that it would not be consecutive for how it's operating on that one machine. If we could go back, there's actually more to that article. Yes.
So she does go on to talk a little bit further about this, and she says, the use of two cutting heads is particularly noteworthy for any firearm examiner undertaking tool mark comparison and investigating utilizing consecutive by a barrel manufacturer or when investigating potential subclass characteristics. Another aspect to highlight is that there are 6 CNC milling machines located at the factory that are all used for barrel manufacturing, and a variable number may be running at any one time to produce one batch of pistols. So that means that 6 machines, 2 heads apiece, so there's 12 heads cutting during one lot. She then further talks about a robot will then polish the external surfaces of the barrel and moves to the barrel into a laser machine, which engraves the serial number. What is the significance of 6 lines of production going with 2 different tools on each of the 6 lines? What is the significance to you when you're looking to see if you can find individual characteristics on a SIG Sauer?
It could be suggestive that the marks that I'm seeing would be indicative of individual, because they are not consecutively made. That doesn't mean that it is. One would have to evaluate the surface and the actual mark that is coming from there, but it has a high likelihood of it not being consecutively made is all I can state.
And if not consecutively made, what impact does that have on the idea of subclass characteristics showing upon an item?
The subclass characteristics could be less. One would have to evaluate those, but I can't tell you definitely. I can just tell you that there is a potential that it could be less.
Are you ready for the next item?
Yes, please.
What are we looking at here?
So here this is another area that I observed, which was the extractor mark underneath the rim. Something to look at here is that there, as I talked about earlier, like way earlier, about straight and impressed marks, that some tools can make both, and in this case, we are seeing that here. Here you're actually seeing the impressed mark of the extractor. What's interesting is you see the movement forward of the extractor, creating stria, and then you see the movement back, created the striated area, so it has a lot of movement going on there when it's being extracted and ejected, so that could potentially be from the unevenness of the ejector that is in this firearm.
And why is that?
It just happens to be that it is coming into contact a couple different ways. It's hitting that impressed area and then it can move as it's being extracted
and the potential of marks being made on that cartridge each time those actions occur?
I'm not quite sure what you're asking, sorry.
I'll withdraw that. What are we looking at here?
So in this picture here, this is a picture of the extractor. So the extractor in the firearm is actually curled around. I'm actually looking at the back of the extractor in the sense that this area does not come into contact with the actual cartridge. So as installed, I can't see around this area here. So what I could observe was the outside area. This outside area did not have mold or MIM line to it, so it did not appear to be mimed in any shape or form, at least from this observation. And the reason that's important is because miming can have a high potential for leaving subclass behind, but if there's additional processes done to that miming process, there is a potential that it could have individual.
And have you studied and researched this area of the extractor mark?
I have come into contact with different articles that talk about extractors and the marks that they can leave behind.
What do these two articles represent?
So the first article up top is a study in which an analyst looked at Remington 870 shotguns and they looked at extractor marks from Remington 870 shotguns. They looked at both cycled and fired components from here and they were able to tell even with.
Judge, may I? I'd object to the question. And may I ask a preliminary question?
You may.
Do, Ms. Oberg, these manufacturers, take the same extractor that is manufactured and installed in a Remington 870 shotgun and place those in Sig Sauer P226 handguns?
No.
I'd object to relevance and to 403. Also, they're comparing apples to oranges.
Relevance?
How did this article support your conclusion in this?
No. Excuse me. What is your response to his relevance objection? How is this relevant?
Yes, Your Honor. This is relevant because it's part of the research that she was aware of, that she had testified assisted her in making this identification. She's permitted to refer to those articles.
I guess it would go to the weight the jury would give this particular research versus its admissibility, so I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you. Why did you direct our attention to this article?
I directed our attention to this because it also deals with milling. It, as I had stated earlier, the barrel had a milled process done to it, as well, and this one, while it does talk about extractors, it also relates back to the milling process. While it's studied on a different object or a different tool, it is relevant in the fact that it is a study of a milling process. It's also a study of things that were made at the same time and whether an analyst can come to a conclusion of identification of things that are made at the same time.
What did you learn from this research?
What was interesting about this research was even though there were mimed extractors present here and this was the only mark that the person was observing, that they were able to still differentiate between the milled surfaces, not milled, but mimed surfaces. There were additional things that were done to the mimed parts, the finishing processes, that allowed her to do that. She was also able to differentiate all of the milled extractors, as well.
The second article?
The second article below deals with extractors that were made at the same time, as well, and the process he was milling, as well. And what this study does is it was sent out to examiners to evaluate. These examiners were only allowed to do comparisons on the extractor marks themselves, so.
I'm going to make the same objection I made before. It looks like it's a Remington 870 case study, so same objection.
Overruled. Again, I think it goes to weight, rather than admissibility.
Thank you.
How did a study on these extractors, how does this relate to your examination in this particular case?
So in this particular case, it lets me know that examiners even looking at things that are manufactured at the same time could come to a conclusion only on extractor marks. They did not need other marks to look at to come to a conclusion, but they could use extractor marks alone to come to a conclusion. In this particular study, there were over 250 comparisons and 259 were correct and 3 were incorrect based off of just looking at extractors marks alone.
In examining of the firearm from the defendant's home and comparing it to this item that was taken from the crime scene, did you find what you believe to be individual characteristics that you can identify?
Yes, and that would be based on the striated portion. So impressed marks have a tendency to be higher in the subclass area, but in this case, I not only had impressed, but I had striated marks. I believe striated marks were created from the extractor that appear to, based on the impressed mark, have what looks like an irregular edge.
And did you go to research to assess your identification in this case?
Well, these would have been articles that I had come across during my subclass training that I'd been exposed to that I knew of.
And why is subclass training important as you made this examination in this case?
It's important so that an examiner knows how to recognize them and be able to observe them, whether that's directly on the firearm or whether it is on an object that is received without a firearm.
This is the final research article we're gonna have to ask you reference, or refer to the jury on. What did this tell you that assisted you with your examination?
So in this particular examination here, this is actually a repeat of the study with the consecutively made extractors. So this analyst here actually received the extractors. He was also sent.
Judge, can I ask a preliminary question?
You may.
Ma'am, these extractors. These extractors.
They have the same type of process that could potentially be used on an extractor that would put into a Sig Sauer, but it is not the extractor that would be inserted into a Sig Sauer.
So again, comparing apples to oranges?
It's not in the sense of comparing apples to oranges. This goes to the ability. In this case, this particular article actually looks at an examiner who uses extractors marking in lead versus actually test firing the firearm to come to a conclusion.
You don't know that they're like the extractor in that firearm, do you?
No, I cannot prove that.
Same objection as earlier.
Overruled.
Thank you.
Weight versus admissibility.
Why is this not apples to oranges? Why did this help inform your opinion?
This helped me form my opinion in the sense that the examiner here used the extractors to make marks into lead. He then used those marks to compare to the items that he received, the fired cartridge cases, to be able to make an identification. So this supports the fact that you don't need a fired cartridge case or a cycled cartridge. An examiner can make a conclusion simply by making marks with those tools. It could be from a cast, it could be from making that mark in lead, so it's not necessary to always have to fire or cycle a firearm to.
Thank you. I'll ask you to return to your seat, if you would, and you can take your material with you. Ma'am, were you prepared to display to the jury 2 short videos that talked about the manufacture of the Sig Sauer?
Yes, I was.
And why would they be helpful and for the jury to understand your identification in this manner in your examination?
So these 2 videos show how a pistol barrel at Sig Sauer would be manufactured. It also is indicative of what I have observed in literature from the Rachel Bolton King article that talks about the milling of the barrel itself. It is also represented in this video through a walkthrough of how Sig manufactures their items. It also shows you in the TWO videos how a firearm comes together. So some people may think that a firearm is just spit out from a machine and it's right there, but there's actually a lot more processes that are involved. Parts can be ordered from third-party companies and they can be assembled into these firearms, and some parts are made in-house, so this video just represents what you might see at a Sig Sauer manufacturing plant.
For demonstrative purposes, Your Honor, we would like to display the first of the 2 videos.
No objection.
All right. You may.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Certainly.
Sidebar conference conducted.
I think there's about 6 minutes between these.
Of course they did. Now they don't.
They played fine this morning.
Do you want a break? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, if we could take a break.
Okay.
We'll just do it after lunch.
Yeah, break for lunch.
Just do it, okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. That's fine. This is not the first time this.
The anticipation will kill everybody, I'm sure, but we'll do it after lunch.
Okay. We'll go ahead and break.
Sidebar conference concluded.
All right. Not surprising, we're having technical difficulties, ladies and gentlemen, so we're gonna go ahead and break for lunch while we try to get this set up for you. While you're outside the courtroom, please keep your minds open. Please don't form any opinions or conclusions about anything. You may discuss the evidence that you've heard so far, but please, only do that if all 16 of you are present in the jury room at the same time, and then don't deliberate. Gentlemen.
All rise.
Jury out at 12:01 p.m.
All right. You may be seated. You can go ahead and step down from the stand.
Thank you.
Ms. Oberg. All right. So we'll recess until about 1. And those of you out in the audience, if you can just kind of sit tight for me until we get our jury back into the jury room, then we will release you. Thank you. Okay, Jody, you can go off the record.
Off record at 12:02 p.m. On record at 1:16 p.m.
Okay. Could I have counsel at the sidebar, please?
Sidebar conference conducted.
Okay, very good. Okay. Just wanted to make the record that we met in chambers just a few minutes ago to explain to the attorneys that juror number 15, who was alternate seat number 3, had a family emergency with some issues going on at home. First, thank you for meeting with me and thank you for your agreement that he really just needed to go home and take care of the situation. So counsel has agreed to allow juror 15 and alternate seat 3 to go home. There's a member of the Carroll County Sheriff's Department that is escorting him back to the hotel. The bailiff, the female bailiff, that is the one that he shared his concerns with, is driving him back to Fort Wayne, and will get him to his vehicle and probably follow him home, just to make sure he gets home okay. Does this fairly accurately represent our conversation from outside of court?
Yes, Judge, from the state's perspective. I agree with the court's recitation.
It does, Your Honor.
Okay. And no issues with sending him home?
No, no issues.
And I appreciate that. When the bailiffs went back into the jury room to let him know, he broke down crying.
I wanted to ask that.
Okay.
The relief that in this young man was palpable. He's going to immediately, when he gets back to the hotel, he'll have access to his telephone again, and he's indicating to us that he's immediately going to call his partner and let his partner know that he's on his way home, and that, hopefully, his partner will be relieved, inaudible.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Sidebar conference concluded.
Okay. Is our technology working where we can display the videos?
We will in the singular, Your Honor.
Okay.
One video.
Okay. And your witness, do you want her back up here in this chair?
Yes, I do.
And so that you're not popping up and down when the jury comes back in, you can just stand next to the stand, Ms. Oberg. And I'll just remind you that you're still under oath.
All rise.
Jury in at 1:20 p.m.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right. Well, welcome back, folks. I hope lunch was okay. The attorneys have indicated they are ready to proceed, and I think we got the technical issues figured out. And, Ms. Oberg, I'll just remind you that you are still under oath.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Luttrell.
Yes, Your Honor. For demonstrative purposes, we would like to go ahead and play one of the 2 videos that we had intended to play. For technical difficulties, the second video we will not play. We would like to play that at this time.
You may.
Ms. Oberg, as a firearm examiner, how does that information on the video relate to your examination that you conducted in this case?
The examination in this case, based on that video, it lets me know how there is a potential of how SIG firearms are manufactured. It also touched on the base, that the barrels are drilled and milled in that step process, so that what I was observing had consistency with being milled in that barrel area. It also highlights some of the important facts of how firearms are made and that it's not.
In the shorter, second video that we had intended to show, How did it help inform you as a firearm examiner in your analysis in this case?
The second video just went more in depth about their assembly process and how they acquire their parts and how they assemble them, which I had already touched on. Basically, it just lets me know that their processes that they do, it's just not one machine making all the tools in that type of firearm.
And does that relate to the Bolton King article that you referenced and quoted from?
Yes, it does.
And that relates to the issue of when you identify a characteristic helping inform how you know whether it is an individual or subclass?
It can help aid by knowing the manufacturing process and being able to look at research that might be relevant to that type of manufacturing process.
Ma'am, your identification that this cartridge was cycled in this firearm was based on what?
It was based on sufficient agreement of quality and quantity of marks from both, from all the areas that I observed agreement in, which were the ejector mark, the extractor mark, and the marks on the head of the cartridge.
And what is the significance that you identified the 3 different tools impacting that cartridge?
The 3 different tooled areas help me know that it's not just one area.
Is the final stage of the Level 1 and Level 2 analysis that you described is at the end, once you come to a determination? Is there you mentioned a verification process?
Yes, there's a verification process that follows my examination process.
And would you explain to the jury what that consists of?
The verification process is where a second examiner will re-examine the comparative part of my work. So in our laboratory system, an email would be sent out to the other examiners detailing only that the number of items that need to be looked at. They don't get any conclusions, we just give them numbers of items, and the reason we do that is so that the examiner can work it into their schedule to do the verification process. So if I have 100 items, they know that they're probably going to have to sit down for a day to look at all of those items, so that's why we give them the number of items that they would have to verify. Other than that, when the verification process starts, I hand over the items of evidence that need to be verified to these condominium examiner and then they do the work upon the scope themselves and they come to a conclusion and they write a verification worksheet.
Do you stand there and give them your account of how you came to your identification while they're doing that?
No, I do not.
By 2022, sometime prior to 2022, had you established the patterns of?
I tried to have everything verified at that time so an examiner wouldn't just be verifying identifications. They could be verifying either they're an exclusion, an inconclusive, or an identification.
And would your team know that was your pattern?
Yes. Any examiner at any time could have anything verified, it didn't have to be an identification. In our system, you had to have identifications verified and you also had to have exclusions that were excluded based on individual characteristics verified. The other ones should be verified, but they didn't have to be verified. So going a step above, I knew that the outside community would like to see us do all of the verifications, instead of just parts of the verification.
And who did the verification process in this particular instance?
In this particular instance, it was my supervisor, Mark Keisler.
He's the supervisor of the Firearms and Tool Mark unit?
Yes, he is.
And how long has he been a Firearms and Tool Mark examiner?
Over 20 years.
And what was the result of his verification?
He was able to identify the cartridge as having been cycled in the firearm that was submitted to me.
Was his verification in agreement with your findings?
He writes his own separate verification worksheet, so he agreed that it was an identification.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Razi.
Thank you, Judge. So sufficient agreement is the phrase of art here, right?
I'm sorry, I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that.
Well, you just said earlier that you found sufficient agreement between the markings on that item 16 and that gun, 314, right?
Yes, I did.
So the word sufficient, have you ever looked that up in the dictionary?
Not in general terms, no, but through the AFT theory of identification I have, yes.
Okay, if I told you that one of the synonyms for sufficient is enough, would you believe that?
People can describe things the way they want to describe things.
What about adequate? Does that sound right?
You're reading it from whatever you're reading it from, so it's what you're reading, whatever source you're reading it from.
So it's just enough agreement is where we are with the standard, right?
Well, the definition you're reading from is just a layman's term definition, not the definition that's provided through the AFTE theory of identification.
Well, is it okay for a juror to utilize a layman's term in the course of making a decision in this case?
To which I would object that I think that's improper for this question for this witness.
Sustained.
Is there a problem with me using the layman's terms and layman's synonyms?
Objection, and ask leave to ask a preliminary question.
You may.
Is the word sufficient, as stated in your report, is that a term of art in your discipline of firearms/tool mark examination?
The term sufficient comes from the AFTE theory of identification, how it relates to that, so there's more than just saying sufficient. It's based off of knowing the research, the science behind it, and that all goes to the weight of that term.
Your Honor, I would object to the question, and to use a phrase I've heard previously, it's apples and oranges to take a term that means something specific in her field and then suggest that it should be used in a more general fashion.
Any response?
I think it's an appropriate question, asking her what her definition is of the word sufficient.
Well, I'll sustain the objection, because the definition you're giving is not the definition that she's under.
I'll follow up. Thank you for that.
Okay.
So did the members of AFT use Black's or the Webster Dictionary when they created the term, phrase, sufficient agreement?
I wasn't there when they wrote the AFTE theory of identification, but
So the language you're speaking today in court may be different than the language all of us speaks, right?
It's not that it's different, it's that it's in relation to what I do.
So then to analogize the words enough or adequate to the word sufficient would be a fair thing to do.
In relation to what?
This case, this man's guilt.
I'm not asserting that those terms that you're using are what the AFTE theory of identification states.
We're talking different languages, right?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay, all right. Just real quick on the video. That video does not make any reference to ejectors, does it?
No, it does not.
That video doesn't make any references to extractors, does it?
No, it does not.
And that video doesn't make any reference to chamber hood marks, does it?
It actually references how the barrel is made, so it doesn't say chamber or hood marks, but it actually references how the barrel was made, so even that front portion that includes the chamber face is actually referenced in the video.
They don't use those terms though, do they?
No, they do not.
And there's actually a couple of different plants where they manufacture SIGs. Is that right?
There have been different plants where they manufacture them. They have manufactured them overseas, and a lot of their operations are currently here in the United States.
Germany?
Yes, Germany would be one. It initially started out in Switzerland.
And I think you touched on this earlier, but that video just demonstrated the basic components of that particular P226 firearm, which is platform and the barrel, right? The handle, I guess.
It went through how the manufacturing process works and also how the assembly process works, but in general, yes.
But there's a whole bunch of moving parts inside of those firearms that we've been talking about today that were not part of it, correct?
The assembly process is actually part of that, so the extractor and the ejector, they all come into that assembly process, but not, the manufacturing of it was not shown in that video, no.
It's possible that SIGs may actually acquire there. For example, they're ejectors from another manufacturer, right?
Correct.
So like, for example, Glock is a handgun manufacturer we've talked about today.
Correct.
So it's reasonable to believe that maybe, for example, Glock might actually manufacture ejectors and then sell them in large volumes to SIG to be placed into SIG guns, right?
There could be the potential to do that.
So that does happen in the industry, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
I mean, in this case, I believe, earlier, in one of the lab reports you put in involved a Smith & Wesson handgun, right?
That is correct.
And there was some similarity between the tools in those and the tools in the SIGs?
What do you mean similarities? That they have extractors and ejectors?
Well, if the ejectors can be found, similar ejectors can be in each of those guns.
Similar styles and shapes. It would have to fit the actual frame of it, so there may be little nuances that it may or may not fit in that firearm.
Same is true for the extractors, right?
That's correct.
So you've got a lot of different combinations out there in the industry when it comes to tools being placed in certain platforms with certain manufacturers, right?
That's correct.
And I don't. I just counted 5 off the top of my head. Beretta, Glock, Smith & Wesson, Hi-Point, and another one. How many gun manufacturers do you think there are making inaudible pistols, if you just had to take a guess?
I really don't want to take a guess, but I know that there's a lot.
Dozens.
I have no idea.
You've been looking at guns for 17 years, and you can't make an estimate about how many manufacturers there are?
Well, in the sense that, before I left my career, there's a lot of black market stuff going on right now, so there's a lot of 3D printing going on, so it'd make a guess would only not give it sufficient justice.
You were a lab technician when you worked for the state police, right?
I was never a lab technician. I was either a forensic drug chemist or I was a forensic firearms examiner.
You worked in a laboratory.
I worked in a laboratory.
You did technical stuff, right?
I did technical stuff.
And there's no minimum requirement in terms of education that's required by AFT to do the job that you did at the state police lab, is there?
There is not through AFTE, but through our accreditation standards, we do have to meet them.
With the state police, you gotta have a minimum. What? A bachelor's degree?
A minimum of a bachelor's.
But you could have a bachelor's degree in physical education and get a job in the laboratory, couldn't you?
In some of the disciplines, you usually need in the criminal justice or hard.
If you had a degree in physical education, would you meet the minimum requirements to work in your laboratory at the state police post?
Not in all disciplines, no.
Okay, what about the one you worked in?
In the one I worked in, I believe you had to either have criminal justice or some type of science courses, but you did not have to have a physical degree in that.
So you didn't have to have a degree in science. You could have a degree in criminal justice, right?
Correct, yes.
You could be a sociologist, basically, and work in that laboratory?
In our division, but not all of them.
You don't even work there anymore, right?
I do not.
And those are actually civilian positions, aren't they? They're not actually law enforcement positions.
That's correct.
And you work for a healthcare company?
Yes, I do.
And you analyze data, right?
I do.
You told me. We talked back in March, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Over here in the room behind us.
Yes.
Took your deposition?
Yes.
And you remember telling me that you were thinking about changing your employment back in 2018?
Yes.
You thought maybe you might jump ship then and try to carry out some other plan, right?
Objection to the term, jumped ship. I think it's inappropriate.
Sustained.
Excuse me, you were thinking about leaving?
I was thinking about leaving at that.
Yes or no, were you thinking about leaving?
I don't think I could adequately explain it by just saying yes or no.
I'm asking the questions. Were you thinking about leaving?
Objection, Your Honor. She's indicated she can't answer the question yes or no, and then he persists in asking it. That's inappropriate.
Judge, her response. She's non-responsive, so.
She was responsive. She said she could not answer the question.
Answer the question, please.
Yes, at that time, yes.
And you were concerned that there weren't any opportunities for you to be promoted, right? Or very few.
There were just not enough areas that I felt that in my 5-year plan that there wouldn't be anything that had changed or been different at the time, and I was thinking to what I wanted to do next, and it could have been staying in the laboratory or it could have been leaving.
Your current job has nothing to do with firearms, correct?
It does not have anything to do with firearms.
Or bullets.
No, it does not.
Or cartridge cases.
No, it does not.
You mentioned the word IBIS earlier in your testimony, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And that is the Integrated Ballistics Identification System, is that right?
Yes.
And you'd worked with that system in the course of your employment as a firearms examiner with the state police.
Yes, I have.
That's a database that stores information regarding cartridge cases, right?
Yes, it does.
And allows you to compare and contrast images from cartridge cases around the world?
It allows you to compare it from state to state, if it's requested, but typically, it only pulls from the state in which you are currently in.
And sometimes those comparisons can be helpful in determining if one cartridge case has similarities with another in one state or two states.
It's an investigation tool that will rank things and, at the time when I left, there was an outside agency that actually read the correlations for us. No examinations were actually performed on it. The examination was done by them and it was returned to us. If we ever needed to do an examination, then we would recall the evidence to do an examination.
It's an investigative tool, right?
It is.
You're not allowed to come into courtrooms and testify about the results from those searches, are you?
Only if asked, and it's allowed.
But it's not allowed per policy, is it?
It's not a definitive conclusion. It's only an investigative tool.
And one of the most common things you do in your lab or did in your laboratory when you worked there was basically taking a projectile or a cartridge casing and trying to determine if a certain firearm, like 314, discharged that cartridge, right?
That was one of the common exams.
I mean, just to be real practical about this, most of the time when you were examining firearms in the course of your employment, you were trying to, essentially, determine whether or not a projectile or what a lot of people called a bullet was fired from a certain gun.
It didn't matter whether it was fired from a gun, trying to come to some type of conclusion. It could have been exclusion, it could have been identification, or it could have been inconclusive.
Right. But that's the most common thing you did at the laboratory?
Correct, yes.
By far, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. There's never a time, in the course of your work, there was never a time, in the course of your work at the state police, when you could say with absolute certainty that any particular firearm discharged any particular projectile or bullet, right?
We did not give statistical analysis on it. We're not allowed to say to the exclusion of all others.
There was never a time when you worked there when you could say, that bullet came from that gun.
I cannot say.
Correct or not correct?
I cannot say it to the exclusion of all others. I can only say based on my training and experience and throughout the examination process that I came to an identification conclusion.
Was there ever a time when you worked for the state police when you could say a bullet came from a particular gun? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. When was that?
Anytime I testify, when I say that it's coming from an identification standpoint, I am identifying it to that particular firearm. I cannot say with any percentage or certainty, I cannot state that, that's not proven in our field.
All your ally allowed to do is come in here and say there's some hallmarks, some similarities, right?
It's more than just hallmarks or similarities. When I testify to it, I'm testifying to sufficient agreement and the identification process.
Which is a different language than we all speak.
It's different in the sense that the AFTE theory of identification explains it.
Okay. Proficiency testing, you talked about that, right?
Correct.
Lab personnel are all required to engage in proficiency testing, right?
Yes, they are.
And that's done by an independent agency?
Yes.
And the idea, if I recall you testifying earlier, is to ensure that you're trying to track whether or not the processes in your laboratory are sufficient, right? We'll use that word again.
The proficiency test is not testing all the laboratory processes, because there's no verification process that occurs during the proficiency part. The examiner takes it and they submit the test, so it does not test all the processes, because it does not go through the verification process.
The tests are pass/fail?
Yes, they are.
And you've never failed one, have you?
No, I have not.
Not in your entire life?
I have not. While at the Indiana State Police, I didn't fail any of the proficiency tests.
In fact, you even told me you never even made a mistake on any of those tests, right?
I did not come to an incorrect conclusion on any of those tests.
And you told me, when I deposed you, that you'd never even made a mistake in the laboratory in 17 years.
I am not familiar with doing that, so you'd have to point that out in a deposition and show me exactly where I've seen that.
1 second, please. May I approach?
You may.
Would it help you to refresh your memory as to our conversation back on March 15th, 2024, here in this courthouse?
Yes.
When we talked about this issue.
Yes.
Let me direct your attention to page 18, lines 19 through 22. Just read those first, and I'll question you.
Read them out loud or read them to myself?
Just read them to yourself. I'm sorry, I've got you on the wrong page, ma'am. Page 19.
Page 19, okay.
Lines 19 through 22. Just read those, and let me know when you've read those lines.
Yes.
My question to you is, have you ever made any mistakes in terms of identification in the course of your work where, in the 17 years you were there, you concluded something and you later learned that it was wrong? What was your answer?
Not that I'm aware of.
Excuse me, Your Honor, I'm kind of limited with space. And you told me actually, on the page before, that you're not aware of anyone else in your laboratory ever making a mistake, right? Page prior, line 18 I think it was.
Are you referring to page 18?
18, lines 21 through 23 to 22.
That's relating to proficiency tests.
Yeah, for proficiency tests, I'm not aware of anyone in our unit ever failing one.
So you've got a perfect laboratory, right?
Not saying that we're perfect, I'm saying that I was not made aware of anybody ever failing one.
And in the course of the 17 years you were there, how many tests did you do a year, if you could estimate?
Approximately 350. Not all of them actually included comparison work, but of those 350 examinations, they could consist of examining firearms for functionality, but they could also include comparisons.
So thousands of them in total?
Approximately. I believe when I left there were 6,500 comparisons that I had made.
Never made a mistake?
Around that. I cannot attest that I know the ground truth in any of the cases that I worked. An examiner who works casework from criminal justice agencies cannot attest that they have either made or not made a mistake, it's just whether that they were made aware of that they had made a mistake. So we don't know the ground truth of what happens in any criminal justice cases. We only know the ground truth when we're taking proficiency tests or black box studies.
So we really don't know the ground truth about the accuracy of your examination in any particular case, let alone this one?
We don't know that in any criminal justice case. I cannot attest to that, no.
The proficiency testing was done by CTS, is that right?
No, it was not.
Okay, what company did that?
Forensic Assurance.
Okay, and how long have you been using them?
Forensic Assurance, I believe we started right around 2014 or 2015.
What did you use prior to that?
We used CTS, which is Collaborative Testing Service.
And they had a reputation for being a little lax in their tests, didn't they? Or they didn't scrutinize enough, did they?
That was one of the reasons that we switched over to Forensic Assurance. Their tests were just not as hard, and so we switched over to Forensic Assurance because of how the tests were made up and that they were harder.
And there were even attorneys that passed some of those tests with CTS, weren't there?
I have no idea if there were or not.
So you knew that they were scrutinized?
Yes.
And so all of these examinations, 60 to 6,000 or more, you never really had an opportunity to get promoted, so you left, correct?
No, that's not the reason.
Let's talk about the tool mark discipline for a second, okay?
Okay.
Now, just to be fair, just to make sure we're educating the jury, tool mark examination is kind of the umbrella discipline under which firearms identification falls, right?
That's correct.
But you mentioned earlier you might be examining things like axes or I don't know what you said, knives, hatchets, anything that's a metal tool of some kind, a metal substance, right?
Anything that can be used to gain mechanical advantage that would make a mark or leave a mark in something that we could examine.
And when I talked to you back in March, we talked about the DNA industry, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
And you pointed out that there were some flaws in that industry, didn't you?
There's flaws in all industries.
Even in DNA analysis?
Yes.
And that there was room for improvement in that analysis?
There's room for improvement everywhere.
But that's widely accepted in courtrooms, isn't it?
It is, but courtrooms should not be the measurement of acceptance. Science should be a measurement of acceptance.
And we were comparing the tool mark industry with paternity testing as well, weren't we?
I was asked a question about that.
And you know what paternity testing is, right?
Yes, I do.
And you're basically matching DNA between parents and children?
Yes.
And that's a practice that's acceptable in courtrooms, right?
Courtrooms have accepted it, yes.
But you told me you didn't know a whole lot about the inner workings of that process, right?
No, I've never done any type of DNA testing.
That's not a process that you would ever compare with your business in the firearms identification sector, right?
No, that's not something that I would compare the same thing to as.
In this particular case, you would not have told a law enforcement officer involved in this investigation that the tool mark process is just as reliable as paternity testing?
What I talked about was the actual error rate in our scientific community, which goes to around 2.5%, and that was, some people had thought, well, if I think about this like paternity testing, I would just flip the numbers around, so that basically you're about 98% accurate.
Would you have ever communicated to a law enforcement officer in this case that the tool mark process is just like paternity testing, 99.9% sure that you could match kid with a man, would you?
Asked and answered, Your Honor. I object.
That was a specific question.
Overruled. You may answer.
Okay. No,
Did you ever tell a law enforcement officer that in this case?
No, I would not say it's just like paternity testing and that we have the same rate.
And you don't know anything about paternity testing, so it would be kind of reckless to start comparing the two anyway.
Yes, it would.
Let's talk about error rates for a minute, okay?
Okay.
You would agree that a lot of Therese arch in the firearm.
Yes, it does.
Lots of studies about error rates of examiners, right?
Yes, there is.
And the different processes that you use in examining cartridges?
Cartridge cases and bullets, yes.
Studies to determine the processes within the laboratories themselves?
There are some studies of within the laboratory system themselves, yes.
And there are a lot of professionals that are very supportive of the tool mark industry, right?
There are.
And that's really what AFTE is, right? These are the people that believe in firearms identification as a subdiscipline of tool mark identification.
Yes, they do.
But there's also a critical community that exists in the business of firearms identification, isn't there?
There are some people, yes.
And that critical community is comprised, at least in part, of a lot of educated people.
Yes.
Doctors?
Yes.
Scientists?
Yes.
And even organizations that exist that have been critical of the tool mark industry, right?
I don't know of a specific industry, but I do know that there are individuals that may have become part of a group, yes.
And there's also a bunch of research focused on trying to introduce new technology to your industry of firearms identification, isn't there?
Yes, there is.
Trying to move forward and advance this discipline, right?
Yes, there is.
Because it's not perfect, is it?
No.
And one of those organizations is PAST, right?
PCAST is an organization, yes.
The President's Council on. I'm trying to get my acronyms again, you tell them.
Okay. PCAST is actually, it stands.
Just tell them what it stands for.
It stands for.
Objection, Your Honor. I actually.
I just want her to tell them what it stands for.
He continues to interrupt her. She was, but I withdraw the comment, and I apologize to the court.
SOAPCAST stands for the President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology.
Thank you for that. I struggle with it.
That's all right.
What's an AS? I know that's the other one.
National Academy of Sciences.
SOAPCAST is an organization that has rendered some opinions about the processes involved in firearm identification discipline, right?
They have evaluated research, but they have not conducted any of their own research.
Okay, but they definitely generated some opinions about the firearms identification discipline?
Yes, they have.
And they basically kind of work for the President of the United States, right?
They are appointed by the area of that.
And the people that are on that council are, some of them, scientists?
Some of them are scientists, yes.
I might be wrong, but some of them may just be lawyers or doctors or lay people, right?
I don't know all the people and all their titles on there.
Okay, but they're supposed to be kind of an independent body that oversees and critiques different disciplines, not just the firearm discipline, right?
Yes, they're there to advise the President.
And there's been an ongoing debate in your industry, the firearms identification industry, just about whether or not it's a science in the truest sense, correct?
There's a debate from some people, yes.
And PAST did some studies. I'm sure you know the year, probably back in 13, 14, 15-ish, and they generated some opinions about whether or not the firearms identification industry is actually a science, didn't they?
PCAST didn't actually do any studies, so I'm not quite sure what you're...
Okay, fair enough. They published some literature, right?
In 2013-14, not on forensics.
Okay, tell them when PAST published their report that contained an opinion about the firearms and tool mark industry.
It would have been 2016.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yes.
And that report basically concluded that the firearms identification industry is not a science in the truest sense, didn't it?
No, they did not conclude that.
What did they conclude?
They concluded that there needed to be more black box studies to assess examiner performance and how it works, so they felt that we needed to do more black box studies to provide what examiner performance rates are like.
And they were critical that you weren't vetting your own industry enough, right?
They were critical that we didn't have enough black box studies to show that and be able to assess and tell jurors how examiners perform. We had plenty of research, but not the research that they wanted, which were the black box studies.
And they published in part, at least, well, strike that. NAS is the other.
Yes.
They also have been critical of the tool mark industry, haven't they?
Yes, they have.
And specifically the firearms identification discipline within tool mark?
They were critical of all the forensic science disciplines.
Well, they looked at many of the different disciplines and rendered some opinions about the reliability of those disciplines, right?
They have looked at research and reliability of those and they have come to certain opinions, but no actual physical testing was done.
Okay, but one of the opinions they generated about the firearms identification industry was that you needed to have independent laboratories, right?
That was one suggestion, yes.
And that was one of the most significant ones because it requires a lot of time and energy and money to accomplish that, right?
Yes.
And what they're basically saying is that because you're so closely connected to law enforcement, there are concerns about the biased nature of the work, right?
It was a recommendation to do that, to have them separated. That way, there wouldn't be any undue or miscarriages of influence that could potentially happen if it was so that they felt that moving it out of any type of organization that oversees police work would be ideal.
That hasn't happened?
At the Indiana State Police where I worked at downtown in Indianapolis, we were actually connected to the Department of Toxicology and the Department of Health. At the time when I left, there were only 2 sworn officers in the building. So all the people that make up the area that I was in were actually laboratory scientists and personnel.
But you're state employees, aren't you?
Yes. Well, all of us are.
And you work hand in hand with the police and the courts in your business all the time when you were there.
What do you mean by hand in hand?
Well, they come into your laboratory, bring items in for inspection and things of that nature, don't they?
They bring them to the evidence clerks. They don't necessarily bring them to us, but...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I couldn't walk in there and hand you something and ask you to test it, could I?
I have actually had a case where a defense attorney did relinquish evidence to our laboratory to be tested.
One time.
Yes.
But that's not something that happens on a normal basis, is it?
It's not on a consistent basis, no.
And with NAS, the second recommendation outside of the independent.
Objection, Your Honor. I'd like leave to ask a preliminary question.
You may.
NAS has issued more than one report that encompass firearms or just one?
Just one.
And when was that?
The National Academy of Sciences was released in I think 2009.
2009. So the reference by Mr. Razi is a 2009 study?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions. I'll not object.
When was that video made?
That video was made back I think about 10 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the recommendation from the NAS was that there be further research to examine the scientific foundations and the limitations in your industry?
Yeah.
So in other words, they were questioning the entire discipline, the entire foundation of the discipline?
What they wanted was more research to prove our reliability and accuracy of that.
And then NAS has not issued a supplemental report saying that they're happy now, are they?
They have not issued a subsequent report that I'm aware of.
Now, let's talk about other research in the industry. Would you agree with me that there is, there is a lot of research in your industry as it relates to the comparison between bullets, projectiles? Which word do you prefer?
So it depends what you're actually trying to reference here. So a cartridge would be the entire unit of ammunition or a cartridge case or a bullet.
Okay, I'm talking about the end, the business end of it.
Okay. The bullet.
Okay, in your language, they call them bullets, right?
That's correct.
Not projectiles?
You can call it, the slang term would be projectile, but we typically call it a bullet.
Okay, same thing.
Yes.
So most of the research, the bulk of the research in your industry revolves around comparing bullets with firearms, right?
There is bullets and there are also cartridge cases, yes.
Well, we're going to talk about that in a minute. Bullets with a particular firearm?
Correct, yes.
Kind of the traditional sense of, hey, somebody fired a gun and we recovered the bullet. We're trying to compare it back to a gun, right?
In that sense, yes, looking to see whether a bullet can be identified to a particular firearm.
There's another kind of subset where there's research regarding identifying the size or caliber of a bullet that's recovered, right?
There's research on being able to determine that, yes.
But that research is pretty lean, correct?
Yes, there is.
And there's some research on the impact of the tool, strike that. Chamber marks. You know what chamber marks are?
Yes, I do.
We haven't really talked much about those today, right?
No, we haven't.
But that's part of, those kind of marks could be on a round like, inaudible, in a sense, right?
Yes, they could be.
There's some research on that, but that's also pretty lean, right?
Yes, it is.
And that describes the marks that are on that are impressed or striated on that cartridge when it's cycled in and out of the firearm, right?
Yes.
And there's just really not much there in the industry to really put on them?
There's enough research to be able to know that one can DO it and they can be able to identify it back to a particular firearm.
But you told me back in March it's quite lean, didn't you?
There are not a lot of articles, but there are some out there.
That was the word we used, right?
Yes.
Now, of most significance in this case is your examination or the examination of an unspent cartridge, right?
Yes.
So we're talking, just to be really simple here, spent rounds are a fired round versus an unspent round.
Correct.
Correct? And there's a definite distinction between those two things, isn't there?
There's a definite distinction in how it occurs, yes.
So you kind of mentioned that a little bit earlier, didn't you?
Yes.
And one of the biggest distinctions is that a spent round or a fired round is subject to the pressures, I guess if you will, or the obvious pressures that are created by a firearm when the trigger is pulled.
That is correct.
And so a spent round is subject to an entirely different environment, a contained environment in this situation, than an unspent round?
Well, they're all loaded into the firearm the same way. The pressure is what's the difference between the two.
Two different circumstances are responsible for creating two different marks, right?
It's still the same process. It's loading it in there, it still goes in the same way, but there's a difference in pressure.
So two circumstances are responsible for creating two different types of tool marks?
An ejector mark's an ejector mark, whether it's cycled or fired, so it's not different. There could be differences in the marks that are replicated, but an ejector mark is an ejector mark. It doesn't somehow become something else.
I appreciate that. An ejector is going to make a mark, no matter how you look at it, right?
Well, an ejector is going to make a mark if it comes into contact. It could maybe not make a mark if the pressure is not great enough.
But that's a material distinction in your line of work, those two different cycles?
Which two diff I would object?
A fired round versus an unfired round.
So yes, a fired round is something that will have different pressure asserted to it. An unfired round will not have the same or similar pressure.
Now, you talked about the ability to analyze the marks left on an unfired round, didn't you?
Yes.
And there's not much research available in that area, either, is there?
There's leaner research in that is associated to the cycling process of it.
But you just said the word, when we talked before, you used.
Yes.
Lots of room to improve in that particular area of research.
If you're just associating the process, yes, but not the tool or tool marks that come from it.
But there's lots of room to improve from a research standpoint?
As far as, yes, the cycling process and the fire process, yes, but not the tool marks that come from it.
And the research is what helps drive, say, like error rates, right?
In that particular instance, it just depends how you're looking at it. Do you want a black box study to be able to determine those errors, or are you looking for research in the fact you just want to see how cycling works or how cycling is produced from the tool marks that it comes into contact with?
One of the reasons why there's not a lot of research is because when you have uncycled cartridges, you don't often have people hurt, right? It's just kind of common sense.
Typically when you have it, it just depends what's going on with the case, and I don't know that for a fact, but I mean, we get, a lot of times, a lot of unfired cartridges with the cases that we receive. It's just typically it's not the only item of evidence that we receive.
There's no proficiency testing involving analyzing unfired cycled cartridges, is there?
There's no proficiency test that goes directly to unfired cartridges. However, the marks that are represented on a fired cartridge case also consist of cycling marks.
Is there any proficiency testing involving unfired cartridges, yes or no?
Asked and answered.
No.
Sustained.
She's answering. She's talking beyond the question. It's non-responsive.
She did answer that one specifically, so I would sustain the objection.
Thank you. All proficiency testing for forensic assurance purposes involve fired bullets?
Yes, it does.
And your conclusion in this case comes from an analysis of a fired round, not an unfired cycled, doesn't it?
I guess I'm not really following. I had both fired and cycled with my test fires, and I did a comparison to an unfired round.
But it's the test fires that you use to draw your conclusions, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Not the cycled rounds?
It is, that's correct.
You started working on this case in February of 17?
Yes.
And you received some information early on about the crime scene circumstances, you told me.
The only thing that I had was provided on the request for laboratory.
And that was pretty normal back in the day when we first started. You would get information about what went on at the crime scene, right?
Basically, whatever the officer wrote up there would be on there. In this case, there was one sentence that talked about, I don't recall from memory exactly what it was, but that there had been a crime that had occurred and it involved 2 girls.
We're trying to get away from that kind of information in the laboratory, so it's more independent?
Yes. Eventually, by the time I left, we had gotten rid of that information and that ability to actually put that on the request for laboratory examination sheet.
And you don't. They don't do that anymore at all, right?
That's correct, yeah.
So let's talk about your initial examination of item 16, okay?
Okay.
Your first impressions of that item were that there was really nothing remarkable on the round itself, right?
Yes. I didn't notice any biological material, I didn't notice anything adhering to it, and there didn't appear to be any corrosive nature to it.
No dirt or any residue on it, or anything.
I didn't observe anything like that.
And you thought maybe it came from a laboratory?
What do you mean?
The DNA laboratory?
I received the item from the DNA analyst, correct.
So the cartridge case might have been examined before you got it?
Yes, the cartridge was received from the DNA analyst in this case.
And when you looked at it, there were 3 ejector marks on it, right?
Yes.
3 extractor marks?
Yes.
So that tells you that the round most likely had been cycled through a firearm at least 3 times?
Yes.
So, but you said that there was no wealth of forensic information on that round, right?
I said that there was not, in the chamber mark area. I did not notice a wealth of area there, but as far as the ejector and extractor areas, there were marks of value there.
You told me, when I took your statement back in March, that there was no wealth of information on that particular cartridge after you examined it, right?
Well, there's information as far as the ejector mark, the extractor mark, but there is no firing process that happened to it, so there's no breech face marks and so forth.
Not nearly as much as you might find on a fired round, right?
That's correct.
And based on the information you acquired when you first examined that round back in 2017, you would have never communicated to a police officer that you, the officer, gets me the correct .40 caliber Sig Sauer, that I will match it.
I never said I needed a Sig Sauer to identify to. I said that if a firearm is found, there may be the ability to be able to identify it back to a particular firearm.
Never mentioned the words Sig Sauer?
I told them that a Sig Sauer could be a possibility as a firearm that could have cycled this firearm.
So you were already starting to draw some conclusions about potential for that round back in 2017?
I was not drawing conclusions, I said that there was the potential. I also did not say that it was only a Sig Sauer, there were other firearms that could be of interest, such as a Smith & Wesson.
It would be improper to make an opinion like that in advance of your full examination, wouldn't it?
Yes. I cannot say definitively, I can only tell you, hey, there's a potential that there is the ability to be able to identify it if a firearm is found.
So in October of 2022, you examined that particular round again, right?
Sorry, what?
October of 2022.
22, yes, correct.
And I think you mentioned earlier that you were pretty familiar with it. IT had kind of been traveled back and forth to your laboratory a number of times, right?
Yes. I had examined it on the first occasion when I received it and on the second occasion when I received it. This would be the third occasion that I...
So you test fired 4 rounds, right?
Which gun? Which time?
In October of 2022.
In October.
Talking about, sorry.
Go ahead. In October of 2022, when I received this firearm, I test fired it and cycled it a total of 10 times.
For test fires, 6 cycles, right?
That's correct.
And that was item 314?
That's correct.
And you didn't view any of the test, cycled rounds or fired rounds microscopically before you actually did your testing?
I'm sorry, I don't know that I follow. I guess I don't understand what you mean.
You agree with me that you didn't examine those test fires or cycled rounds microscopically before you did the testing?
Oh, to say, are you asking about whether they had marks on it prior to actually test firing it?
Well, those are stock rounds, right?
They were stock rounds, yes.
They come from like a vault or something where you pull them off and use them for these types of things.
We have boxes of ammunition.
My point is that you didn't examine those under a microscope before you did that.
I did not examine them under a microscope, but I visually observed them before I used them.
Now, just for ease of identifying some objects, these are the biggest exhibits you've probably ever seen, but let me hand you. I'm just going to go through these really quick. Defendant's Exhibit E. Do you recognize this generally?
Yes.
Okay. Is this the firearm we've been talking about all day, item 314?
Yes.
Okay. This is a photo that you took?
Well, I can't say that it's a photo that I took. I don't know that. I can't specify that because I don't know where you're actually acquiring it from.
You have a 14-page report in this case.
Yes, I do.
And it looks pretty much identical to the one in your report?
It looks similar.
Could you not display those exhibits until they've been admitted?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Well, these are my exhibits.
Well, I understand that.
Yeah,
But they haven't been admitted.
right. Can I just show them to her?
Yes, please.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Well, actually, they're in the slideshow, so all but just a few of them, so I'll go through them. FF, is this a photograph of item 316 that's referenced in your report?
It looks similar, yes.
Okay. Exhibit GG's a photo of item 315, a second round that's referenced in your report?
Yes.
HH, a photograph of a couple magazines that's referenced in your report?
Yes.
And 2, a photograph of some Blazer cartridge rounds that were removed from one of the magazines?
Yes.
JJ, another photograph of BL Azer rounds that were removed from one of the magazines?
Yes.
And you had some test fires. We looked at some of these on the slideshow earlier, right? I'm showing you KK. Is this an image of item 314, which is a test fire, and item 16, which is a bullet or the unspent round over here side by side?
Yes.
This would be the chamber marks?
No.
Or extract. What marks are these?
They are marks that are located on the head of the cartridge.
And then, LL, another microscopic image of test fire 1 and item 16, right?
Yes.
Also referenced in your report?
Yes.
Another microscopic image of item 314, which is a test fire, and item 16?
Yes.
Also referenced in your report?
Yes.
And item NN, same question, same answer, basically?
Yes.
And item OO, is this a microscopic image of item 16 and test fire 1?
Yes.
That's the ejector mark, right?
Yes.
And then, at the end, PP, also another microscopic image of item 16 and 316, which is one of the rounds that was collected. I call it one of the closet rounds. We'll talk about that in a second.
Yeah.
This was also in your report?
Yes, it was.
Do all of these truly and accurately depict the conditions that existed at?
Yes, they do.
I move to admit, Judge. Defendant's exhibits E through PP offered.
I need the items again.
I'm sorry.
Where did you start?
E through PP.
You have a GG in there. I didn't hear it either. Mr. Luttrell. Do you have a GG in there? I didn't hear it.
E, FF, GG, HH, 2.
What is GG?
Item 315.
Okay. Mr. Luttrell.
No objection.
All right. Without objection, EE through PP are admitted. Defendant's exhibits EE through PP admitted.
Thank you for that. We'll get back to those in a minute. So just to kind of lay out the separate items here. So number 1, this is the Sig Sauer we're talking about, right?
Yes.
And I shouldn't say number 1, E. Then FF. I think one of the problems with these is they're not tall enough to lean kind of on the table. And then FF, I've got this labeled closet or a blazer closet cartridge. You see that?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that on your packaging there's a reference that this was removed from the closet?
I believe maybe on the examination request there might be, but let me double check that.
If I could just hand you maybe.
So that was 315, are you saying?
Yes.
315 said, found in wooden keepsake box on dresser between both closets in master bedroom.
Okay, there's a reference to the closet in there.
Yes, there is.
And then 316, I'm sorry. Well, we just talked about 315.
Yes.
315 and 316 are 2 rounds that both have closet references to them, right?
316 is actually the Sig Sauer handgun, or wait, hold on.
Want me to just hand you the 2 exhibits?
Hold on, yeah, sorry.
Okay, 315.
Yes. Okay, sorry.
Is the Winchester.
Yes, correct.
S&W .40 caliber round. It references the closet on there, right?
Yes, it does.
And then, 316 is the blazer round that references the CLO set on the packaging?
Correct, yes.
Thank you. And then the 2 cartridges, item 317, that was referenced, right?
317.
Magazines, 2 magazines.
Yes, 2 magazines containing cartridges.
And then, just because the jury hasn't seen these, well, when they publish the other exhibits, I guess. Next time, I'll make them in color. 317A, these are rounds that were taken out of the magazines in 317 and placed in the boxes, right?
Yes, in the manila envelopes.
All right. And 317 being, again, taken from the second one of those magazines and placed in the cartridge boxes, right?
Yes.
So item 16, let's talk about item 16. It's in this package. We haven't actually seen it yet, but it's in here, right?
I cannot verify that until I actually open it.
You can squeeze it and tell there's probably something in there, correct?
There's something in there, yes.
Okay. And item 16 is a Smith & Wesson .40 caliber Winchester round, right?
Not correctly the way you stated it. It should be a Winchester .40 Smith & Wesson caliber cartridge case.
Manufactured by Winchester?
Manufactured or marketed by Winchester.
A very common round, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And Winchester's one of the most reputable and recognizable manufacturers in the firearms industry, right?
I can't speak to anything like that. I can just say that yes, they do manufacture a lot and it's something common that I would see.
Okay. Have you ever been to one of their plants?
Yes. I toured Winchester over in Illinois when it was there, but it has since moved.
But you can't speak to the reputation of the company?
It's not whether, for me to judge their reputation or not.
You agree that they manufacture millions and millions of rounds, though?
They manufacture a lot of ammunition, yes, they do.
It's not reckless for me to say millions, is it?
No, it wouldn't be.
And there's really nothing unique about the manufacturing characteristics of that round, is there?
No, there's nothing unique.
You might use a round like that, item 16, for personal protection?
Yes, that is correct.
I guess, theoretically, you could hunt with it, right?
I don't know what the hunting laws are in Indiana, but if it's allowed, sure.
Or you might use it to target shoot.
Yes, that's correct.
Multiple uses, right?
Yes.
And that particular rounds, item 16, has multiple markings on the round, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
And you talked earlier, It could have been cycled at least 3 times.
That's correct.
And it could have been cycled through more than one firearm?
It could at least have been cycled in one firearm, and the areas that I identified go back to a particular firearm. There are times where you could have had something cycled in a firearm, but it did not pick up enough marks, so there is a potential you could cycle another firearm and it didn't pick up enough identifiable marks.
But it could have been cycled through multiple firearms?
I guess I'm not following as to what you mean by that.
Well, you said there's 3 cycling marks, right?
Correct, there's 3 cycling marks. The ejectors were 3 triangular marks. They were similar in nature to each other. They each had similar individual marks to an extent, but not all of them had the same degree of individual marks.
So possibly could have been cycled through other firearms?
There is a potential that it is possible.
And you can't make any determination as a firearms examiner as to when those cycling marks were impressed upon that unspent round?
No, I cannot.
You can't say with any sense of certainty that that round was cycled at all in 2017, can you?
I cannot tell you whether it was cycled at that time frame in there. I didn't collect the evidence, I can't testify to that.
There's nothing unique about that round and the marks on that round that help you determine when that round was last cycled or when it was cycled in its entirety, however many?
No, I cannot determine that.
Okay, so you compared, at some point, items 315 and 316 with item 16, right?
Yes, I did.
315 being the 2 rounds. One of them was the Winchester round. I apologize, closet round. Forgive me, and the Blazer closet round, right?
There was 1 cartridge in each of those, but yes, I did compare them to item 16.
Because you received those kind of individually, as opposed to the rounds you got from that magazine, right?
That's correct.
And of all the items that were given to you in this examination, 315 is actually the most similar. 315 is actually the most similar to item 16 in terms of manufacturing and make?
That's correct.
Make and model, I'm thinking about cars. We've heard about hatchbacks. Makes and models, right?
Basically manufactured or marketed by, yes.
And in fact, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't have a photo. I think we do have one from earlier, but I don't have a photo of item 16. This was admitted earlier, states number 278. You remember seeing this particular exhibit?
Yes.
Can I move freely, Judge? I'm knocking a lot of exhibits down.
Yeah.
Thank you. This 4-page exhibit, which has the photos on it.
Yes.
This is item 16, right?
Yes.
And this is item 16. Did you take these photos?
Yes, I did.
Photographed from different angles?
Yes.
And different sides?
Yes.
It's important to do that to document the totality of what you're seeing, right?
Yes. You can either document it either photographic-wise or through typing it out in notes.
Okay, you can't sit here today and say with any certainty that this.
Well, I took that photograph, so I examined the evidence at my place, so I guess I'm not sure really where you're going with it.
You can't say with any certainty where it came from before it got to you?
No, I cannot.
You issued a 14-page report in this case, didn't you?
Yes.
And in that report, do you have the report in front of you?
Yes.
I direct your attention to page 1 of that report. Are you there?
Yes.
Is there a photo of that, of item 16 on page 1?
On page 1 of this one, no, there is not.
What about page 2?
No, there is not.
What about page 3?
No.
4?
No.
5?
No.
6?
No.
7?
No.
On page 7, there is a photo of this bag, right?
Yes, there is.
But not a photo of the round inside of it.
No.
Page 8. Now you're down to the microscopic photos, right?
Yes, I am.
So there's not a photo on this page similar to the one that was in Exhibit 278, right?
That's correct.
Page 9, basically similar to page 8.
Yes, that's correct.
Microscopic images.
Yes.
Page 10, same thing basically.
Yes.
Page 11.
Yes.
And then, page 12, there's a photo of the head stamp on the ground, right?
Yes, there is.
That's a test fire?
Yes, that is a test fire.
But no photo of item 16 here.
No, there's not.
Page 13, microscopic images.
I do want to clarify. They are microscopic images of 16 in some of these.
Not the traditional photo like in this exhibit.
No.
And page 14.
No.
And that's the last page of your report, correct?
That's correct.
So you don't have one photo of that round in your 14-page report?
In this one, no, I don't, because it actually is in my original set of my notes, when I first examined it.
There's not one in this 14-page report.
No.
This is the report you had given the police.
The report that I give to the police is not through this. I give them the actual certificate of analysis.
Well, I've asked you for information more than once, haven't I?
Yes, you have.
And when I asked you, the first batch of information that I requested, you gave me this, right?
You asked for notes and the certificate of analysis, so yes.
Bench notes, I think, is the way we phrase it in the industry, right?
Yes.
Which pretty much says, give me a copy of your entire file, right?
Yes.
Because you don't actually give those to the prosecutor when you generate.
No, I don't.
So when you, after you did this examination and the dust settled, so to speak, those are my words, you were finished, you generated a COA or a certification of analysis, right?
That's correct.
And that certificate of analysis has some summaries about what your findings were?
That's correct.
And that certificate of analysis in this case didn't contain any photographs, did it?
No, it does not.
It doesn't include a 14-page report?
No, it does not contain that with it.
So lawyers like me have to ask for those things, don't they?
They sure do.
And so we sent a request to say, hey, give me everything you got.
They'll ask for specific things, correct?
And that's what I did.
Yes.
And so you ended up releasing this later?
Yes, I did.
And microscopic images that I asked for?
Yes.
Basically, a copy of your file, right?
Yes.
But nowhere in the information that you gave me was there a photo of that round, was there?
There should have been, because what that's pulled from is from the release to you.
Okay, well, certainly wasn't in the 14-page report, correct?
It was not in that report, no.
Which is really the summary of everything.
It's actually not, because every report I did had something in it. So, I mean, this does not summarize everything that I did from every single exam, so there.
Well, let's talk about this firearm in that round.
With this particular evidence, yes, but I also referenced the initial set of notes that can be looked at to see that information.
No photo, right?
Not in that set, no.
So that item 16, when you got it from the police, had no prominent ejector marks is what you said, right?
Which item? I don't understand.
16. No, I'm sorry, 315. We're going back to 315.
Okay. 315, yes, I did not observe a prominent ejector mark.
Item 16, however, did have prominent ejector marks, didn't it?
It did, yes.
One significant difference between these two items?
Yes.
So there's no way to conclude that item 315 was even cycled through 314, right?
Yes. I was not able to determine that.
Item 316, the second round, this is not quite as similar as the first to item 16, 'cause it's the blazer, right?
That's correct.
That round had 3 ejector marks on it.
Yes, it did.
Cycled at least 3 times?
Yes.
And I think you said it had apparent multiple extractor marks.
Yes.
But you couldn't find any sufficient agreement between item 314 and that firearm up there?
I found some marks of value, but I could not. There was not enough marks to be able to identify it back to that firearm.
The round that came from apparently the closet, right?
Said to be, yes.
So basically, there's a few rounds that were found, item 315 and 316, those 2 closet rounds, were not really helpful in you connecting item 16 with this firearm.
No. I mean, I was not able to identify them to each other or to the firearm that was submitted to me.
If I were to inaudible about this, which is dangerous in this situation, I would say you were trying to cross-reference them, and you didn't have any luck.
Basically, I was not able to see an association to item 16 to 315 and 316, nor was I able to see any additional informa tie-in that would have alluded to the fact that it was identified as having been cycled in the firearm in item 16.
So let's talk about the test, cycled rounds. We don't really have a photograph of those, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so just to remind the jury, when you received this firearm, just to make sure we're clear, I was thinking about taking it out and doing it myself. You know what? I actually am going to do that. May I?
Do what?
Can we just approach?
He's asked to approach.
Sidebar conference conducted.
I guess I'm okay taking a break whenever you are. I don't need one. I just want you. Don't be afraid to cut me off.
Okay.
You know, I know this is going to take a while, so
Okay.
I'm okay with you just.
What are you opening?
I'm going to take the firearm out.
Okay.
Are you handing it to her?
No, I'm going to hold it myself.
I don't know what your level of expertise is in handling firearms, so I'd rather she handled it. She's an expert.
She's going to have to put gloves on to do that?
Yeah. I assume. Yeah, she's saying yes.
I'll just move on.
Okay.
Sidebar conference concluded.
All right. This firearm. When you got that firearm and you started your examination, one of the first things you did, of course, you checked to make sure it wasn't loaded, right?
That's correct.
Then you cycled it, didn't you?
I don't know that I went directal Y into cycling it. Basically, I'll take it out, make sure it's not loaded, and then I'm gonna do any of my examination process where I'm typing notes, looking at is there any biological material or anything adhering to it.
At some point in your examine at Ion, you got those test fires out of your stock safe, right?
I got the test fires out of an ammunition box, which we have ammunition boxes sitting on shelves that we use for test, firing purposes and cycling purposes.
Okay, and you started cycling rounds, right?
I didn't just start randomly cycling rounds. I actually have to do a function exam of the firearm at first and then, after that function exam is complete, then.
6 cycled rounds?
That's correct.
And you noted in your report, page 7, that the cycled cartridges have some extractor mark areas and limited to no ejector marks, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's a summary of what your findings with regard to the cycled rounds?
That's correct.
You didn't offer up any information about what you found on each of those 6 cycled rounds, did you?
Not individually, no.
So
I summarized it.
So you had 6 rounds in front of you, cycled them all through item 314, right?
That's correct.
And you said, I found some extractor marks and no ejector marks.
I said cycled. In here, cycled cartridges have some extractor mark area and limited to no ejector. So that means that some would possibly have the potential to have ejector marks. Not all of them exhibited ejector marks.
You don't know what rounds had what marks?
I know by the evaluation of looking at them, but I don't specifically say 1, 2, 3, for had it or so forth, no.
It's not referenced in your report, correct?
No, it's not.
It could have been 1 round with 1 ejector mark and the other 5 without?
Basically, when I'm saying limited, it could mean more than one.
But what we do know is that the results, when you cycled each of those rounds, were different.
Basically, it's not that it's different, per se, it's just the veracity of those marks and the availability of them is less than what I saw when it was fired.
We also know that the marks that were generated on those 6 cycled rounds were different than the marks that are on item 16, right?
I don't.
It's not similar.
How are they not similar?
Well, you didn't use them to draw your conclusions, did you?
I didn't use them to draw my conclusions, but I didn't say that they were dissimilar.
You didn't use them to draw your conclusions?
No, I did not.
So at this point, you've got a firearm that you, or a round that you know it's only been cycled. You test cycle 6 rounds. You got not enough information out of that gun, 314, to move forward with your examination, do you?
As far as being able to move forward, I could move forward with the test fires. I chose to use the test-fired ones because they did mark better than the cycled ones, so this is a case of work smarter, not harder.
Okay, they were different, weren't they?
They weren't different, they had more veracity to them, they had additional markings that were available, so I'm getting the complete picture when I'm seeing them fired versus cycled.
The test-cycled rounds were not exactly the same in terms of their markings as the test-fired rounds, were they?
They are not the same in the depth and the actual availability of them, but it's not that they're different, it's that they did not mark as well.
So they were different.
I don't consider them different. To me, different would mean that they look completely different in the sense that they don't go at all, like, I guess that's where we're having some terminology issues here. But different, to me, means so I saw a circle in one area and, in this area, I saw a triangle. To me, that means different. So they weren't different, there just wasn't enough of them.
So you chose not to use the cycled rounds?
That is correct, yes.
Did you also compare chamber marks and magazine lip marks on the test, cycled rounds in 16?
Yes, I did.
And there was no significant agreement between those marks, were there?
No, there was not.
More differences between the test cycled rounds and that item 16?
More differences? I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Well, there was no sufficient agreement, right?
There was no sufficient agreement in either cycled or test fired for that.
And you had these clips in the magazine, right? Or not clips, these rounds in a magazine.
Yes, I did.
Some people call these clips, right?
Yes. They are not indeed clips, that would be a slang term. A clip is actually different. These are only magazines.
Did you compare any of these rounds in these magazines with either one of those 2 closet rounds?
No, I did not.
And did you compare any of these rounds in the 2 magazines with item 16?
No, I did not.
These rounds were collected with this firearm?
I don't know if they were collected together or how they were collected, I just know that I received them together.
So then you test fired 4 rounds, correct?
That's correct.
And you examined those rounds under. Is a stereoscope or a microscope? I hate to get too lax about that.
I examined them both underneath a stereoscope and a comparison microscope.
You didn't document any of that examination in your report, did you?
So,
The test fired round.
the examination part of the test fires are on page 7, and that would have been when I was examining them underneath the stereoscope, so the paragraph about cartridge cases and even the bullets below that is what the test fires look underneath a stereoscope, so that's the documentation there. I also further, on page 8.
Hold on, there's no further question.
Your Honor, he asked the question. She's still in the middle of answering it.
Let her answer it.
Further, on page 8, there is also documentation where I talk about test to test. I say 314, T1, and 314, T2. This comes after the comparison microscope performance check, and I say where I evaluated the test fires to each other.
You told me back in March that you did not document in your report your viewing of those test fires, didn't you?
Well, it depends if you're talking about the certificate of analysis or if you're talking about the actual notes themselves, so it could be misconstruing what's actually being talked about.
If I direct your attention to page 127, would that help refresh your recollection? Specifically lines 1 through 3 and then lines 14 through 16.
Well, 1 through 3, it looks or appears that we're talking about the cartridges that I would have fired in the firearm.
Well, on page 126, I direct your attention to page 126, line 21. I'm not going to try and read it. I'm referencing.
Yeah.
One of your rounds that you pulled out of your collection, right?
Yes, you are.
So I'm talking about your stock rounds.
Yes.
And that's what we were just talking about a minute ago, right?
You're talking about, so I can't understand you. You're flipping back.
I'm just trying to clarify.
Okay, please.
I asked you if you look at any of your stock rounds under a microscope, right?
Yes, you did.
And on page 127, lines 14 through 16, my question to you is, would you have documented that somewhere that, hey, I examined those, and they were clean, and your response was, I did not, correct?
What page are you talking about, Mr. Rousey?
127, lines 14 through 16.
Yeah. What you're talking about right now is different than what you were talking about, or at least what I was interpreting earlier. I'm thinking test fires as in I test fired them, did I document anything about them, and you're talking about test fires before I even test fire them.
Yeah.
Okay. So we were not on the same page. So no, I do not document that I took those out and I physically examined them in my notes, but yes, I do document when I test fire them, so the actual test fires.
Okay, but not before that.
No.
All right. Now, there's a reference to, we're talking about comparison of item 16 with your test fire 1. You understand that? That's the context in which we're talking.
Okay.
You understand that?
Yeah.
And there is a reference to chamber and lip marks on item 16, right?
Where are you referencing this at?
Page 9 of 14 of your report.
Okay.
So in other words, this round has chamber lip marks.
It has.
You documented it.
It has the marks on the side of, walls of it. They could be indicative of chamber lip marks.
But there's no significant agreement between those marks on that round and your test fires, is there?
Objection. We don't know what that round is. It's...
I'm pointing at 16.
I can't tell and...
Nobody can tell what you're pointing at, sir. You have to.
Well, we were just talking about it. It's sitting right here, it's kind of obvious.
Well, it's not obvious for the record, which is a written record, sir.
I'm sorry about that. I'll try to be more inaudible. Number 16, right?
Correct, yes, I was not able to.
So there was no agreement between the chamber and lip marks on your test fires with that round?
That's correct.
So those marks on the test fire were not helpful in making any determinations about item 16?
That's correct.
And those would be an example E of the kind of markings that could possibly be made in the factory subclass, right?
The magazine lip marks?
Yeah.
You can have subclass in them, yes.
Okay. You also didn't find any similar chamber marks on the test fired rounds in item 16?
That's correct.
1 second, please. Is it possible that the differences that exist between the test-fired rounds and item 16 are the product of the test, fired rounds being fired and not just cycled?
From what I saw when I observed the marks on the sidewalls of the cartridge case, and I had stated to this earlier, there is not a lot there to work off from the very beginning, so probably isn't enough that it would ever be able to be identified or back in that area, but I didn't see any similarities as far as, a sufficient amount of agreement in that area. Now, as far as whether it being cycled or fired, would expect there to be less to be able to be even compared with the cycled versus fired.
So there's a lot of F words. My question is this. Is it possible that the difference between the test-fired rounds and item 16, the marks on item 16, are the product of one being cycled and the other one being fired?
That could be possible, yes.
You told me yes. That is a potential is what you told me before, right?
Yes.
Two different environments, two different results, right?
The way it goes in is the same way. It's just whether the pressure is different between the two.
Two different environments, two different results.
I will keep on repeating it that it's the same area. It's just whether the pressure is greater or not.
Two closet rounds and the test fires. You didn't really do any comparison between those two sets of items, right?
No, I did not.
So this round, item 315, which is similar to item 16, you didn't compare this with any of your test fires?
No, I did not.
And you can't tell the age of any of those rounds, right?
No, I cannot.
Objection. That's been asked and answered.
Sustained.
May I rephrase the question?
Yeah, 'cause it's been asked and answered.
With regard to items 315 and 316, you don't know the age of the rounds?
No, I do not.
You don't know when they were manufactured?
No, I do not.
That's actually another aspect of the firearms identification business is trying to age rounds, isn't it?
Not in my line of work it is not.
Well, there used to be a thing called comparative Buell-T lead analysis, right?
There was, and that was conducted by the FBI.
All right, the FBI laboratory?
Yes.
And they were taking the lead or the metal in those projectiles and trying to make determinations about when those were manufactured?
They were trying to determine if they could figure out whether it was coming from a specific lot of ammunition.
All right, let's talk about it. You mentioned lots earlier, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Lots being that, hey, when they make ammunition over in Springfield, Ohio, or Missouri, they might make 1 million rounds in 2017. That might be a lot if it comes off the same floor, right? The same assembly line?
Well, typically, lots don't span for that long, but there are larger numbers in that area, could be around 20,000 or so forth. It just depends how long the machining lasts for that.
They have to change tools because they get worse?
Yes, they do.
And these are the tools that make those rounds that wear down?
Yes, that is correct.
They change.
They wear down.
Which is change, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that comparative bullet lead analysis was a discipline that people were using in courtrooms around this country, wasn't it?
Yes, they were.
And, at some point not super long ago, that was kind of debunked, wasn't it?
Well, it's been about 20 years.
Okay, well, they're not doing it anymore, are they?
Well, and it's not the science itself that isn't debunked. It was the statistical analysis that they were using to give their conclusions.
People were walking into courtrooms and testifying about that stuff, weren't they?
They were.
FBI agents and laboratory agents, right?
Well, I don't know the status of them, but they were laboratory personnel.
And they found out. Oh, we shouldn't have been doing it, right?
They shouldn't have been assessing them with the statistical analysis that they were using, was not, per se, enough to limit it down to where it should be.
They're not doing it anymore?
No, they are not.
Judge, would you like to take a break?
No.
Thank you. So let's talk about the time period between 2017 to 2022 as it relates to item 314, which is the firearm, okay?
Okay.
You agree that it could be true with any tool that it could create different kind of marks over different periods of time?
I would say that it can occur. It could change based on the number of rounds that are fired through it. Typically, it's a sustained amount of time that it could happen, and so it typically takes a lot of rounds to start altering a firearm's ability to change like that. So I can't give you a specific number other than that we've studied some of that. We've looked at 10,000 round tests, and we've also studied that in black box studies.
You don't have any idea what happened to that gun, what environment it was exposed to, how much it was used between 2017 and now, do you?
No, I do not.
And you agree that the tools in that firearm could have changed over time based on that use or exposure or the environments it was susceptible to?
It's possible.
So the marks that firearm's making now may not have been the same marks it was making in 2017?
So if I'm able to identify it back to it, then it is still making marks that are representative of that. So if it was making different marks, I would not have been able to identify it back to it.
So it's different now than it was then, right?
Different in what way?
It's been used. It's different.
It's been used, but I can't tell you that the marks have changed.
There's another side to this argument, and that is that those tools are quality tools, right?
Which tools?
Well, the ones that Sig Sauer makes.
Sig Sauer makes quality firearms.
They're a reputable firearm company, right?
They are.
They've even got little videos, 5-minute videos that hold themselves out as that, right?
There's videos out there that you can watch.
So the idea, in that aspect, is that they create these really great tools and they don't change over time, right?
Well, they are durable, basically.
So if that's the case, then you would expect item 314, with those high-quality tools, to impress the exact same marks in 2022 as it did in 2017?
I would expect some similarity to be there, yes.
And when you cycled rounds through that gun when you first got it, those rounds were not adequate to assist you in making a determination about that bullet and that gun, were they?
No, I did not feel that they were.
You're not sure when that gun was manufactured either, are you?
No, I do not know the exact date.
You don't know when the last time that firearm was cycled, right?
No, I do not.
Now, let's talk about the subclass characteristics for a minute. One of the most important things that you do in the line of your work is to evaluate and understand subclass characteristics from individual characteristics, right?
That's correct.
I'm getting casual, but I would say that's kind of where the rub meets the road in your industry, isn't it?
Yes.
It's pretty easy to identify a class characteristics, right?
For the most part.
Is it a Ford? Is it a Chevy? Those kind of things.
Yes.
But when it gets down to subclass and individual characteristics, that's really where you're spending the majority of your time.
That is correct.
And in this case, there were really 3 tools in that firearm that were significant to your findings, right? Ejector, extractor, and the barrel hood.
That's correct.
And you investigated or evaluated, trying to think of the right words, the ejector for subclass characteristics?
That's correct.
And you were not able. Well, let's put it the other way. At the conclusion of your investigation, there was still potential for subclass characteristics?
Yes, there were definitely subclass characteristics present on the ejector itself.
And you kind of mentioned this earlier, but that particular tool itself, just alone, alone tool, the ejector, is not adequate enough to draw any conclusion?
Some people will draw conclusions on it, but I did not feel comfortable, in this case, drawing only conclusions on the ejector mark alone.
The extractor, you also concluded that there could be a potential for subclass characteristics at least in part, on part of it, right?
With the extractor, I wasn't able to observe the actual tool itself. Now, the impressed mark that was on the underside, impressed marks in general can lend themselves to subclass characteristics. I noticed a bumpy, wavy surface there with the ejector, and so it did not appear to be subclass, but impressed marks in general can lend themselves to subclass.
So you could not exclude subclass characteristics with the extractors?
I could not exclude them as far as it being an impressed mark. However, with the straight portion being there, I could rule that out from being subclass in nature.
But there were still subclass characteristics potentially, right?
There's potential, yes.
Did you actually physically examine the extractor surfaces like you did the ejector?
No.
You spent a lot of time on the ejector, right?
Yes, I did.
And then, with that chamber face, there's really no peer-reviewed research at all with regard to subclass characteristics with that third tool, is there?
So the third tool I do know was manufactured with milling. That's been stated several times at this trial. So it's milling, in general, that you're looking at to see if it has a potential for subclass. In this case, that area comes to a corner, which I showed you guys earlier, so the marks that.
Judge, I would ask the court to instruct the witness to answer the question. She's just talking. I asked her about peer-reviewed articles.
She is answering the question.
I think she's answering the question.
She didn't say anything about peer-reviewed articles. She's talking about other things.
No. She directly tied it to peer-reviewed articles on milling of the tools.
May I ask the question again, Your Honor?
She's still.
Let her finish her answer.
So that area that I saw there is directly tied to milling. I presented several articles about consecutively made milling items today and how examiners can tell the difference from them. That is an area that I knew how it was manufactured. I knew that it came to an area where it comes down to a V area, and I'm actually looking at two surfaces that are coming together. In firearms identification, when that happens, those marks are typically individual in nature.
Okay. Are there any peer-reviewed studies for subclass characteristics for chamber faces? Peer-reviewed.
It's not the mark or the tool itself, it's the tool that made it, so it's the milling process, it's not the actual tool. They're two different things.
Are there any peer-reviewed studies?
Yes, there are peer-reviewed studies.
That you're aware of?
Peer-reviewed studies on what?
Chamber faces.
Just mentioning directly chamber faces, no.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
There's also a breech face in one of those. In that firearm, right?
That's correct.
I think it was on maybe one of the slides you presented.
That's correct.
That would be another area kind of. Is that a tool technically?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you. Inaudible. You were not able to use that tool to draw any conclusions in this case, were you?
No, I was not.
There were not adequate marks made by that tool.
Well, this is an unfired cartridge. So typically, breech face marks don't show up in cycled marks on a cycled cartridge. They can, but typically not.
But they can?
They can, yes.
But we didn't have that here.
No.
So you generated some. Excuse me, I'm getting quite a bit far over here. You generated some microscopic images, right?
Yes, I did.
And I'm showing the jury and trying to show you, ma'am, items K, defendant's exhibit KK. You see that?
Yes.
I'm just going to take. This would be your test fired round, 315, T, on this side, the left side, compared with item 16, right?
That's correct.
Now, this is a microscopic image at 60 times, right?
Yes.
Is that? How would you say that?
Yes, 60 times magnification.
Thank you. And what you're looking at here, and I'm kind of pointing here to the top portion of the exhibit, you've got two images and the hairline in the middle, and one side is the test fire, the other side is item 16, right?
That's correct.
And you made a determination that there is some sufficient agreement between both of these sides to draw your conclusion?
I did, yes.
And so what you're saying is that there are similarities between the left side and the right side that you can rely on in this matter?
Objection, Your Honor, and ask leave to ask a preliminary question.
You may.
What Mr. Razi is showing you is a photograph of that portion of those of that comparison process. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But is that what you're looking at when you're looking through the comparison microscope? That image that he's showing you?
It's the image that is taken at the time of the examination process, but it's not everything that can be seen.
And so would it be misleading to offer an opinion based upon the photograph itself?
Well, the photograph itself is not going to show you everything. It'll just show you what I could see during the picture time process.
I would object to the question, Your Honor. I think it would be misleading for the jury.
She didn't say it would be misleading. She just said she's seen more, so it goes to the weight.
I agree, it just goes to the weight, rather than she answered she may answer.
Well, let's just talk about this photograph.
Okay.
Well, actually, there's several photographs here, some of them similar in terms of their microscopic images, right?
Yes.
I mean, They're of different things, but they're similar in terms of what you're looking at the lab, right?
Yes.
Now, when you offer up a lab report to the prosecutor's office, they don't get these, do they?
No, they do not.
And we've talked about this earlier, but they can be obtained, but we gotta ask for them, right?
That's correct.
This is basically me saying, hey, show me your work, right?
That's correct.
I want to see what you've generated in terms of work product that you use to draw your conclusions, right?
It's representative of the work product, yes.
And this is what you gave me?
That's correct.
Do you have something else in your file in terms of images that you did not give me?
No, I do not.
Okay, so it's fair for me to use these to make determinations about what you're seeing, right?
Well, you can do that. I can't sit there and make determinations based off of a photograph.
Well, is it okay for the jury to use these to make their own determinations?
It's okay for the jurors to observe them, but to make a determination as to specifically what I saw at the time and throughout the entire process, it would be unfair.
So we just need to believe everything you say because you're sitting here testifying, right?
Objection to the question.
Sustained.
It's improper.
Is it okay for these jurors to use your work product to draw their own opinions about your conclusions?
It's fair for them to do whatever they need to do to make a decision.
And one of those things would be looking at these photos, right?
They can look at those photos, yes.
So this first photo, items KK, again the top right C corner here is where the hairline is, right?
That's correct.
And your position is that there's some sufficient agreement between these two surfaces?
To which I would object and ask leave to ask a preliminary question.
You may.
Would a trained and experienced firearms/tool mark examiner use the photos to make a determination?
No, they would not.
Do you think it would be wise for the jury, if they are untrained and not experienced in tool mark examination, to draw conclusions from these photographs about your analysis?
Well, they would not be able to draw the same conclusions as I would, because they are not trained as examiners, but they can observe them.
May I continue?
Your Honor, I would assert that this would be misleading to the jury and inappropriate cross-examination.
Based on her answers, it would be misleading, so I'd sustain it.
Using her own work product
Based on her answer.
would be misleading?
Based on her answer that she just gave that she would not just use those photographs.
These are part of what you use to make your determination, right?
The photographs are not what I use to make a determination. The photographs are what I use to memorialize the process. So I don't use photos to make any determination. I try to do the best to capture an image of what I'm seeing, but I cannot give you all of it. It's the same thing I explained before, you don't get to see the movie, you're only getting to see what's memorialized at that time, that area that I looked at.
So these are the things you memorialized?
Yes.
Item KK, right?
That's correct.
I'm assuming you go and take pictures of the areas that you think are significant, right?
The areas that I take pictures of are the areas that I used in the process to coming to my determination.
Item LL is one of those, right?
That is correct.
Item MM.
That's correct.
Another photo you took because you thought it was significant in making those determinations?
It's not that I make a determination off of them. I take the photo of it so you can see the area that I would use to make a determination.
Item MM. Same ANS, same question, same answer?
That's correct.
Hairline's right here, the middle?
That's correct.
One surface, the other surface?
That's correct.
Item OO. Same question, same answer?
That's correct.
Let's talk about item OO for a minute. You had a chance to look at that?
Yes.
This is a copy, or this is an image, is it not, of the ejector mark on item 16 on this side and test fire on that side, right?
That's correct.
And would you acknowledge, or do you acknowledge that there are some similarities between these diagonal lines on both sides of that hairline?
There are some similarities, yes.
Those are subclass characteristics, aren't they?
These do not appear to be subclass characteristics to me. They do not span the entire length of the surface area. The subclass characteristics actually go in the opposite direction. If you want me to show you in a picture, but again, that would be me doing a comparison here.
It wouldn't be helpful for you to use your own picture to show anybody, would it?
Your Honor, I would object if the implication she's made it clear why the photograph is not something she uses to do an examination, and she's made that very clear.
I'll move on.
Please move on.
You could not exclude subclass characteristics with the ejector mark in this case, could you?
There were subclass characteristics present on both the ejector and in the area, not in that area, but adjacent to it.
You could not exclude the subclass characteristics, could you?
There are subclass characteristics present.
The last photo PP, right?
Yes.
We talked about the verification process earlier.
Yes.
You started your examination back on October 17th, right?
That's correct.
And you finished this 2 days later, on the 19th?
That's correct.
Actually, you worked on it. I think you told me at the depot it took over 3 days.
Yes, that's correct.
And that was your primary focus during that 3-day period?
That's correct.
The verification process that you talked about with your boss occurs in your presence, right? You're there at the lab.
I am there present, yes.
So it was the same day that you finished your 3-day investigation?
The verification process actually occurred the day before I wrote my report, so it occurred on the 18th. 19th, I finished up my notes and the report.
Okay, so after 2 days of working on it, right?
That's correct.
And you basically just leave all your work in the same place and then, in this case, Mr. Keisler comes into your workspace and looks at the stuff, right?
So an analyst has their own personal workspace, and comparison scopes are shared amongst examiners, because there's not enough comparison scopes between all of us to have our own individual comparison scope, so I'll give the examiner the evidence and then they will use the comparison scope that I used.
So the answer is yes?
Yes, it is.
Thanks for that clarification. His verification was complete on the 19th, right?
He wrote his paperwork on the 19th, but he completed it on the 18th.
In less than a day?
Yes.
What are we talking about? An hour?
I don't know how long it took him to do it, but it wasn't longer than a couple hours that I'm aware of.
Happened pretty quickly, right?
Depends what your definition of pretty quickly is.
It depends, huh? He didn't go through all the steps that you went through, did he?
No. He does not do the formal, entire re-exam of the entire work product. He actually only does the comparative process.
And you told me that you've actually verified other technicians' examinations.
I have verified other analysts' work, yes, I have.
And you've come, where there were times when you've come to different conclusions than they have, right?
Yes, I have.
And you suggested that you would do more testing until you both agreed on something, right?
Basically, usually where disagreements can occur is between like individual or identification. This doesn't occur every day, it can maybe occur maybe once in a year or something like that, but if I am looking at something and I think that an identification could be made, I may ask the analyst to go test fire more so I can come to a conclusion. And if my conclusion ends up being different than their conclusion, then we either need to decide what am I seeing, is it different than what they're seeing, or have they not done enough to be able to, like maybe they didn't alter the light enough, maybe they didn't test fire enough. So if they don't agree with me, at that point it can go to another review process, which would be the supervisor and quality assurance.
So there's no circumstance under which two human beings just agree to disagree, right? You can't just say, we just have a disagreement.
You can have a disagreement. So if I disagree with them and they disagree with me, then that would go to the supervisor and the quality assurance process. At that time, a determination would be made by either the supervisor examining everything and coming to a determination, and then that would all be reported out.
At the end of the day, there is individual discretion involved in making these determinations about whether or not sufficient agreement is inaudible.
Well, it is subjective, yes, in nature.
And that is the big word in your industry, subjectivity, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And that's where the battle lines are drawn between the people who don't believe in this discipline and the people that do, right?
Yes. There are people that believe that because there's subjectivity, it can't be a science. However, anything that involves a human has subjectivity.
But that's where the dispute is?
Some people want to weigh and measure what subjectivity is allowed. I don't know how you objectively measure subjectivity.
That's where there's a dispute?
Yes.
What you see in any one of those photos could be different than what another lab examiner sees, right?
There's a potential, yes.
Well, not just a potential. It could happen, right?
Yes, it could happen.
And it does happen, doesn't it?
It does happen.
1 second, please. Okay. With regard to this verification process, you told me back in March you've never had anyone disagree with your findings, not one time, right?
I have not had anybody make me go test fire more or say, I do not come to the same finding as you do.
So you've never had anyone disagree with you?
Well, people always disagree with me, just bring my husband.
But not with regard to your lab exams, right?
Not the final product, no.
Okay. You had, earlier, Mr. Luttrell in his presentation. Judge, may I approach?
You may.
Judge, I'm gonna put some exhibits in, if that's okay. I've got defendants exhibit Q, R, S, T, U, and V. Can I ask a couple quick questions to lay a foundation?
Q, R, S, T, and what?
U and V.
U and V. These are photos.
Yes.
Okay.
Ma'am, just let me hand you. If I could, let me hand you what's been marked. And these are stacks of copies, Q, R, S, T, U, V. And just take a quick look at those, if you would, please. But those are all copies of the... Like this is one set.
Okay.
Yeah, see it's Q.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I mean, you can look at them, if you wanted to, but I think you're going to find that they're all copies.
Yes.
Now, are those images microscopic images that you're familiar with?
Yes, I am.
And at least in part, do these images accurately reflect the conditions that existed at the time you took those images?
Yes, they do.
And did you rely on these, at least in part, in coming to your conclusions in this case?
I did not rely on the photos to come to a conclusion.
But the information that's depicted in those photos, right?
I don't make
Spaces, surfaces.
I relied on the surface areas that I observed, yes.
Move to admit Q through V and publish. Move to admit first. Defendants exhibits Q through V offered.
I do not object to them being used as for what purpose she has described them as. But there's no foundation that they can be used for analyzing her opinion, or the results that she came to. She specifically did not lay a foundation for that if they're being used as representative of the areas in which she felt were relevant to her examination. But to be used to be analyzed and studied, it would be inappropriate. So that's the nature of my objection is the foundation that's been laid.
So it's a foundational objection.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. What's your response?
My response is she just said that she utilized the surfaces of these images to make conclusions.
Well, and as long as the jury understands that she clearly stated, I did not rely on the photos to make a determination.
That's fine. I think they can figure that out.
So it's conditionally admitted. Defendants exhibits Q through V admitted.
Thank you. May I publish these, Your Honor?
You may. Defendants exhibits Q through V published. You may continue.
There are extras there. I think 2 or 3 copies there.
I'll take them.
May I continue?
Yes.
Ma'am, when you receive items at the laboratory to be examined, do you receive a request form from the Indiana State Police that comes with that?
Yes, I do.
May I approach, Judge?
You may.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit W. If you just take a look at that. Take a look at that. If you would, real quick, and let me know what you're ready.
Yes, I'm ready.
Is that a 3-page request for lab exam report?
Yes.
And without getting into all the technicalities, those numbers, that top right number, that 17K number, is that this case?
Yes, it is.
And do you agree with me that you received this request for lab exam in conjunction with item 024, which is one of the firearms that you talked about earlier in your direct examination with Mr. Luttrell, directing your attention specifically to page 3 where that firearm is listed?
Yes.
Now, are these records that are generated in the normal course of business when you're examining, receiving items?
This was not generated by me, but it's GE narrated by the agency who submitted it.
So this would apply to your receipt of item 024, which was a firearm that was on the slideshow.
Yes, it is.
Okay, and just to be clear, because we've got a lot of names going on today, that's the black Glock 22 handgun, right?
That's correct.
And that was a handgun that you could not exclude?
I did not exclude that handgun. I didn't find any individual similarities with it, nor did I see any class characteristics either.
But you didn't exclude it as having possibly cycled that round, right?
I did not exclude it from it.
Thank you. Judge, may I admit Defendant's W? Defendant's Exhibit W offered.
Mr. Luttrell.
No objection.
All right. Without objection, W's admitted. Defendant's Exhibit W admitted.
May I publish?
This is W?
W.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may. Defendant's Exhibit W published.
Handing you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit X. Is this the corresponding firearms examination worksheet for that same firearm we just talked about?
Yes, this appears to be a copy of the examination sheet that I created.
Same question, same answer S about being conducted or prepared in the course of your line of work and presented to you.
Yes.
Move to admit X, Defendant's Exhibit X offered.
Just one moment, Your Honor. No objection.
All right. Without objection, X is admitted. Defendant's Exhibit X admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may. Defendant's Exhibit X published. Mr. Rossi, we're gonna have to take a break.
Thank you.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go ahead and take a break. While you're outside the courtroom, please keep your minds open. Please don't form any opinions or conclusions about anything. You may discuss the evidence that you've heard so far, but please, only do that if all 15 of you are present in the jury room at the same time, and please, don't deliberate. Gentlemen.
All rise.
Jury out at 3:40 p.m.
All right. Let's take 15 minutes.
Off record at 3:41 p.m. On record at 4:02 p.m.
Okay. We're back on the record. Apparently, the issue with the jurors is these weren't marked, so they weren't aware that they had all, in fact, had all of the exhibits that were introduced by the defendant, the Q through X. So they do have them, they just don't have them in any particular order. All right. Are we?
Do you have a problem with me maybe just taking those exhibits and standing them, showing them, so they can mark them?
I don't care. Jody's got the exhibits.
Whatever would be easier on.
Yeah, Jody's got them, they're over there. All right. Are we ready to bring them back in? And are we about done with cross?
I'd say about 15 minutes maybe, 20 minutes.
Okay. And then the state will have redirect.
Briefly.
I mean, I don't think we're getting to your DNA person today at this point. At the rate we're going, I don't imagine that that's gonna happen.
Judge, as a point of clarification, we had planned on that tomorrow.
Okay.
But as a point of clarification, Is the court thinking this is gonna be the last witness for today, or is the court expecting us to put on additional witnesses?
I had anticipated you putting on additional witnesses.
Me too, Judge.
But it's 4 o'clock now, so I'm not too sure, no offense, when lawyers tell me a time, I usually double it and that.
That's all.
Judge, I
at least double it in my mind.
I think we're all pretty exhausted, Judge. So either way the court decides I think we'll be fine with, but
with just finishing up with Ms. Oberg.
I think everybody's.
Am I saying that right? Oberg.
Yes.
Sufficient with that, Judge, but I defer to the court, so.
Okay. So all right. Well, let's bring them back in.
All rise.
Jury in at 4:08 p.m.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thanks, gentlemen. You may proceed.
Judge, may I?
You may display them with the numbers so they know which is which.
Thank you. So I passed out these exhibits earlier, probably made a little bit of confusion about which one's which. I'm sorry for that. I'm going to hold these up and just tell you what letters they are, and if you want to mark yours, you can do this. This is Exhibit Q, and at the bottom right corner is 314 T 016 60. This is Q. R, at the bottom, 314 T 016 60 magnification. S, also 314 T 16 and 60 magnification. T 16 316 40 magnification at the bottom. U 16 314 T 2 60 magnification. V 16 314 T 1 60 magnification. Unidentified juror. Inaudible.
Why don't we do this, ladies and gentlemen? Why don't we do this? He's identified for you. We'll have the defendant reproduce all of these exhibits for you with the correct designation on them, and then we'll republish those to you tomorrow, okay? Why don't we do that?
Thank you, Judge.
You may continue.
May I approach?
Yes.
Ma'am, let me hand you what's been marked as Defendant's Y, and take a look at that, and let me know if you recognize that item.
Yes, I do.
And is this basically your certificate of analysis with regard to firearm 024 that we have referenced earlier and unspent cycled cartridge 016 that we've been talking about today?
Yes.
And then, this is kind of a summary of your work that's referenced on this certificate, right?
Yes, it is.
Move to admit Y, Your Honor. Defendant's Exhibit Y offered.
No objection.
All right. Without objection, Y is admitted. Defendant's Exhibit Y admitted.
May I publish?
You may. Defendant's Exhibit Y published.
This is Y. You guys can mark this.
You don't have copies for the folks in the front.
May I continue?
Do you want them to publish it? Do you want them to read it?
Yeah, I was looking over at them.
Okay. Well, they've been looking up when they're done, and I'm not seeing everybody looking up yet. You may proceed, Mr. Razi.
Thank you, Judge. And may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Let me hand you what's been marked as Defendant's 2. Take a look at that, Ms. Oberg, and just let me know when you're
I'm sorry, too.
ready. ZZ.
Z.
It looked like 2. I'm sorry. You recognize that document?
Yes.
Is that also an Indiana State Police request for laboratory exam document, similar to the one we talked about earlier?
Yes.
And does this pertain to item 090, which was the .40 caliber Smith & Wesson that you referred to with Mr. Luttrell's direct examination?
Yes, it is.
I move to admit. Defendant's Exhibit Z offered.
No objection.
All right. Without objection, Z is admitted. Defendant's Exhibit Z admitted.
May I publish?
Yes. Defendant's Exhibit Z published. You may proceed.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Defendants BB or Double B. Would you take a look at that, Ms. Oberg? Let me know when you've had a chance to look at it, please.
Yes.
Is this a firearms examination worksheet that was prepared by you with regard to the firearm that we just talked about, 090?
Yes, it is.
Move to admit BB. Defendants Exhibit BB offered.
No objection.
All right. Without objection, BB is admitted. Defendant's Exhibit BB admitted.
May I publish?
You may. Defendant's Exhibit BB published. You may proceed.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as Defendants AA. Take a look at that document and let me know when you're done looking at that.
Yes.
This is also a request for a laboratory examination?
Yes, it is.
And does this pertain to firearm, the 101 that we referenced earlier in Mr. Luttrell's direct examination?
Yes, it does.
Move to admit, Your Honor. Defendant's Exhibit AA offered.
No objection.
All right. Without objection, AA is admitted. Defendants.
May I publish?
You may. Defendants. You may proceed.
May I approach?
Yes, you may.
Ma'am, Ms. Oberg, take a look at Defendant CC, if you would, and let me know if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
And is that the firearms examination worksheet completed by you with regard to item 101, one of the other firearms we talked about earlier?
Yes.
Move to admit. Defendant's Exhibit CC offered.
No objection.
All right. Without objection, CC's admitted. Defendant's Exhibit CC admitted.
May I publish?
You may. Defendant's Exhibit CC published. You may proceed.
May I approach?
You may.
All right, Ms. Oberg, last one, Exhibit DD. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And is that your certificate of analysis with regard to the last two firearms that we just referenced, 090 and 101?
Yes, it is.
Move to admit, Your Honor. Defendant's Exhibit DD offered.
No objection.
All right. Without objection, DD's admitted. Defendants.
Thank you. May I publish?
You may. Defendants. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Oberg, are you aware of the letters CMS?
Yes, I am.
Does that stand for consecutive matching stria or striations?
Yes, it does.
And is that I would say, an evolving concept in the firearms identification discipline?
It is a process that can be used to add to your documentation.
And is it accurate that that process is intended to provide a bit more of an objective way of scoring, if you will, these examinations?
Essentially what CMS is that it's a counting lines process. So objective is just that it would be giving a number to it, but what that number means we don't exactly know as a field.
So is my statement accurate? Is it an objective way of trying to provide a score, basically, for these findings?
It's partially objective and subjective, because a person has to decide is the mark countable.
Does AFT recognize CMS as a part of the discipline?
It can be used, yes.
Are you trained in CMS?
I am not.
There's 2 modules of training, right?
There are different modules that you can train for, yes.
Have you heard that at least one of those modules involves examiners observing photographs and making CMS conclusions?
I have not.
So you would defer to somebody that's more experienced in the CMS training?
Yes, I would.
In regards to those questions?
Yes.
Now, earlier, you provided, in your slideshow, Mr. Luttrell's, the state slideshow, you referenced a few different articles with regard to some of your research in this case, right?
Correct.
And without me getting into a lot of detail, at least 2, maybe 3 in there. That fair to say?
At least.
And when I asked for your file, a complete copy of your file, you didn't provide these articles to me, did you?
No, I did not. They're based on my training and experience.
But you're saying you used these in this case to draw some of your conclusions, right?
Well, I could use any AFTE article to draw a conclusion, BKUs that's based on my training and experience.
Did you specifically consult these articles before you drew the conclusions that you drew with regard to item 314 and item 16?
I had those articles from subclass training, so they're actually part of our training manual, so I've been exposed to them prior to this process.
My question was, did you specifically consult these articles before you drew your conclusions in this case?
Yes.
You looked at them before you drew your conclusion?
Yes.
You know a man named Ron Nichols?
Yes, I do.
You talked to Ron recently?
No, I have not.
Have you? Did you share any of these articles with the prosecutor's office after I took your deposition in March?
Not until I made the presentation.
Before to create the slideshow?
Correct, yes.
But you didn't share them with me, did you?
No, I did not.
You didn't issue any additional findings or anything like that, right?
No, I did not.
So item 314, that firearm, when you received it and cycled it, the marks that it generated on those stock rounds were not sufficient to conduct your examination, right?
The cycled ones, yes, I did not feel that way.
Okay, so you then fired rounds and compared those with the unfired item 16?
I cycled and fired at the same time and I used the fired.
And you couldn't rule out subclass with those 3 tools, right?
I assessed the areas of subclass. There were some areas of subclass present, yes.
So you could not rule it out.
I could not rule it out, but it doesn't mean that individual can't exist with subclass.
But you didn't rule it out?
No, I did not.
And you didn't. And then, you exercised your own individual discretion, despite what those photos show, in making a determination in this case?
Objection. That just underscores the point that he's misusing those photographs.
Sustained.
You talked about those black box studies, is that right?
Yes.
And from what I understand of this, is that when you complete an examination, you've really got 3 choices. One of those is exclusion, right?
That's correct.
The second one is inconclusive.
That's correct.
And the third one is?
Identification.
Okay, or sufficient agreement, basically, right?
Yes.
Kind of the same thing?
Yes.
In those black box studies, I think that you testified to. Is it correct earlier that you testified that those error rates were about 2.5% on false positives or false negatives on?
Just over 2% for false positive and just under 3% for false negative.
But from a statistical standpoint, those studies allowed the individual participating to opt out if they were inconclusive, didn't they?
What do you mean by that? I'm not quite sure.
Well, there was an option for them to choose inconclusive.
Correct.
The middle option?
Yes.
And that was not counted as part of the statistical findings, was it?
No, it was not.
And that's one of the critiques about that study, isn't it?
Well, there's an ongoing debate and no one has actually officially made a decision as to how they should be counted. But if we're going back to PCAST and if we're considering them an advisor, they said that they should not be counted as an error.
Okay, fair enough. But the point is, when it's a close call, there was an out in that study, which was inconclusive, right?
It's...
Objection to the word out. That's not what inconclusive means.
Sustained.
It's not an out, so I would object to that. It's...
May I continue?
I've sustained the objection.
Thank you. When there's a close call, one of the options was for the examiner to choose inconclusive, right?
Inconclusive is an option.
And they didn't take that into consideration in generating those error rates, did they?
It is not advisable, according to PCAST, to use that in our error rate.
So now you're listening to PCAST, right?
Well, if they can decide that.
Okay. Well, they're the ones that decided that the foundation for all this firearms stuff, is unreliable, right?
Objection. That was not the testimony and PCAST never determined it was unreliable.
Sustained.
They said it wasn't science, didn't they?
Objection. They did not say it wasn't.
I'll move on.
Would you stop misstating the evidence, sir?
I don't have anything further.
Mr. Luttrell.
Briefly, Your Honor. Your title, Mr. Rozzi used the term, technician. Your title at the Indiana State Police when you did this work from 2017 to 2022, and thereafter until you left, was what?
Was a forensic scientist one.
Mr. Rozzi asked you about proficiency exams and the fact that you had switched from one. The Indiana State Police had switched from one provider to another in order to administer those proficiency exams. Is that right?
That is correct.
And in fact, your leadership chose to have a more stringent examination process in doing proficiency exams?
That's correct.
The fact that you had indicated that there were subclass or potential subclass characteristics on any of the tools that you examined did not mean that you did not find individual characteristics as well. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, you found individual characteristics on which tool marks?
I was able to find individual characteristics in all three places, so ejector, extractor, and on the head.
There's been a chamber face and word and hood used. Is that, essentially, two descriptions of the same thing?
Yes, it is.
That entry to the barrel that has an arch shape?
Yes.
States Exhibit 280, which has been referred to in your testimony as Item 315. That's a Winchester .40 Smith & Wesson that was recovered from the defendant's home. Do you recall examining this?
Yes, I do.
And what's been referred to as 316, which is States Exhibit 281, this is the Blazer .40 Smith & Wesson cartridge. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then, the third here is the item denoted as cartridge near bodies, States Exhibit 148, or your item 016.
That's correct.
All three of these cartridges were cycled, right?
They were all cycled cartridges.
They had all been cycled and they had evidence of that, correct?
That's correct.
One of these three had more pronounced or detailed cycling marks, correct?
That is correct.
And which one was that?
That was item 16.
If you had received all four firearms that you've testified that you examined and tested, the Glock, the Smith & Wesson .40, the Sig Sauer P239.40, and the defendant's firearm, if you had received all of them at the same time, along with States Exhibit 016 or, Exhibit 148, your item 16, would you have been able to articulate a different conclusion if you'd received them all at the same time?
Yes. Because I was able to identify it as having been cycled in the other firearm, I would have been able to come to a more definitive conclusion. At the time, I had limited evidence to work with, so having the additional items all together would have given me that ability.
And would you have been able to exclude any of those firearms from consideration as having cycled?
Yes.
016?
Based on the marks that I was able to observe in detail, I would have been able to exclude the Glock and the Smith & Wesson.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Rozzi.
You have a computer in your office?
At home, or are you talking about at work?
At work.
Yes.
You still have access to the state police information as it relates to this case?
I have the access that's been given to me as I've requested it, but no, I do not have the ability to go into their computer system. I have to actually request everything.
You could have reached out to them and generated some additional reports that excluded those other three firearms, couldn't you?
If someone requested it and that could have happened, yes.
Yeah, I requested information from you, along with them, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
You knew I was interested in it.
Yes.
But you didn't issue any supplemental report saying you excluded those other 3 or 4 guns that Mr. Luttrell was asking you about, did you?
No, I did not.
You didn't say anything about any of that in the deposition either, did you?
I was not asked about it.
200 pages, right?
Yes.
I asked you about almost everything, didn't I?
A lot of stuff, yes.
Your designation as a forensic scientist one. That's a state-created designation, isn't it?
It is a state-created designation.
You can get on the Indiana State website and see designations for lots of different positions in your lab, right?
Yes.
And they have the matrix, where there's some pay scales, right?
Yes, there is.
That's not some designation you got from an accredited university or come from AFT, for example, is it?
No, it's not.
And Mr. Luttrell asked you earlier about, well, you still saw some individual characteristics, you said, on those 3 tools, right?
Yes, I did.
All 3, which you could not exclude subclass, right?
That's correct.
And some of those individual characteristics you saw, you did not get documented for us to see, right?
I have taken pictures to memorialize the areas that I looked at, but I could not take pictures of every individual mark that I saw.
Those photos there's a whole lot that we're not seeing in those photos, isn't there?
Well, yeah.
These are tiny, little areas on those test rounds, aren't they?
They are.
That, in some cases, maybe 5 or 10% of the totality of the surface.
Of that section of that area, correct.
I have nothing further.
Does anybody on the jury have any questions for Ms. Oberg? Would counsel approach, please?
Sidebar conference conducted.
Would the force in which a person cycles around change the depth and consistency of markings?
I'm okay with that.
Yes.
For item 16, what is item 16?
That states Exhibit 148, the cartridge that was found near the bodies.
Okay, so that's the ground zero, 'cause I noticed there's a ground zero, and I don't know that she would know that terminology.
Probably not.
Okay. So for item 16, could the marks on the side walls be attributed to the chamber, the magazine wall being loose in a pocket with keys, or other extraneous matters?
I'm okay with that.
Is there a way to determine if item 16 and 315 are from the same lot?
I'm okay with that.
You mentioned black box studies as a measurement of performance error. Were the numbers you shared for false positive versus false negative statistically significant?
I think that's a subjective question. I mean, it calls for a subjective answer. I'd say no, for 103.
She's in the best position to make a decision.
I'll show it over objection, I'll ask it.
Thank you.
How do false positives and/or false negatives determine the proficiency of analysts, and how does that translate into outcomes in the field?
Oh my God. I don't even know what it means.
We'd be a whole afternoon about that.
I'm sure.
That's fine.
She'll know what I'm saying. 'Cause I sure as hell don't know what I'm saying. At this time.
Maybe they should see if she's a member of AFT.
She said she was. At this time, what is the industry standard in forensic analysis? Does the work you did align to that standard? How significant is having individual characteristics being found in 3 tool mark areas?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
In your examinations, is there a rubric or the like that correlates the greater/lesser/sufficient agreement?
I don't understand the question.
I don't either.
Yeah, I mean.
So no on that one. I don't even know the words I'm saying.
If we cannot talk about rubrics, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. So no rubrics. Okay. We won't talk about those. Okay. Could disassembling, cleaning, and reassembling a firearm change how a firearm makes tools marks on a cartridge?
No objection.
Good question.
It's a very good question. Over time, with tool marks changing due to firing, is the change a drastic one or more of a pressure change, just making it harder and more difficult to see?
That's fine.
Good lord. Was a comparison made between the cartridge found at ground zero, that's what, she's not gonna know what that is. So is that item 16?
Yes.
Her item 16.
Her item 16.
Was a comparison made between the cartridge in item 16 and the cartridge found in the Hope box at Mr. Allen's home? Was it from the same lot?
That's good.
Inaudible, there's no way of.
Yeah, inaudible.
Okay. But she can answer.
She can.
Would the different types of metal cartridge make a difference in the quality of marks made from cycling in a gun?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who are these people?
I think we could have had 2 days of this.
You put this evidence in, not me. I'm not the one that. We can just pull the exhibits and not, withdraw your evidence.
Did you use the same metal types for testing as the Winchester Smith and Wesson .40 caliber?
I don't even understand that. Use the same metal types?
Were the test fires the same, the test cycles the same?
Oh,
Are they the same?
Metal on the...
That's kind of how I'm taking it.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
So if she says, "What do you mean?" I would say test fires.
All right. It's been a ride.
Okay.
Well,
They're paying attention.
they're paying attention.
And that's what we want, is paying attention.
Thank you.
Sidebar conference concluded.
You got a lot of questions here.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Oberg, would the force in which a person cycles around change the depth and consistency of markings?
Yes, it would.
Mr. Luttrell.
No questions.
Mr. Rossi.
1 second. Can you be sure that every time you cycle that firearm that you're using the same amount of force?
No, I cannot be.
I have nothing further.
For item 16, could the marks on the side walls be attributed to any of the following: the chamber, the magazine wall, being loose in a pocket with keys, or other extraneous factors?
So if we remember the gray arrow where I had shown on the PowerPoint, just that little line that I saw, I don't know what that's from. It didn't appear to be consistent with anything firearm related, but I can't be for sure. So there are reasons that you can get marks there that may not be associated to firearms, but I can't tell you definitively because I didn't ID it to anything.
Okay. Any follow-up, Mr. Luttrell?
No.
Mr. Rossi.
No, ma'am.
Is there a way to determine if item 16 and item 315 are from the same lot?
No.
Mr. Luttrell.
No.
Mr. Rossi.
No, ma'am.
Could disassembling, cleaning, and reassembling a firearm change how a firearm makes tool marks on a cartridge?
There is the potential.
Mr. Luttrell.
No questions.
Mr. Rossi.
No questions.
Over time, with tool marks changing due to firing, is the change a drastic one or more of a pressure change, just making it harder or more difficult to see?
It's not necessarily, I would say, a pressure change, it's just that there's a subtle where that's going on. It's not dramatic. It could be that during the process it's just wearing away at those individual marks.
Mr. Luttrell.
Just one question, I think. Up examination of Melissa Oberg. Was there the very studies on longevity, including the 10,000 round study? What do those studies indicate to you about the persistence or longevity of a firearm?
They are persistent for I can't tell you how long. It's not typically a short amount of time. It really depends what the conditions the firearm has been exposed to throughout that longevity period. In our studies, they'll do very minimal cleaning, because you have to eventually, because you'll get buildup of stuff in there and that's why it needs to be cleaned, but there's not. I can't tell you definitively how many rounds it's gonna take for all of that to go away. There's no, like, hey, it's 5,000 rounds and it just suddenly disappears or drops out. It's more of a subtle, gradual thing that occurs over time.
No more questions.
Mr. Razi.
So what I'm hearing is there's a lot of external factors that could impact that process?
Yes.
Some of which naturally occur in the gun when it's fired, and others which are just from outside influences?
That's correct.
And is it accurate to say that they, for example, in the Sig Sauer, when they make these guns, they try to make them as identical as possible one?
Which?
When they're trying to recreate the same exact thing over and over and over again, right?
They're trying to make the product similar, yes. They're not producing everything though consecutively. So the ejectors can come from different areas or different places, but the outside appearance to the person who buys it, yes, it's going to look similar.
So because all those tools come from different places, they could make different marks?
They could make different marks.
Some more impressionable than others?
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Was a comparison made between the cartridge in item 16 and the cartridge found in the Hope box at Mr. Allen's home?
Yes, I did observe those two together.
Mr. Luttrell.
I believe you may have covered it, but with all those numbers, it may not have been clearly presented by me. But what was the result of your comparison?
Just to double check, 315 was the first cartridge, not 316, correct?
315 is the Winchester from the defendant's home. Testimonies been it came from a memento box.
Yes, there was a comparison done of that. The item 315 was missing an ejector mark. It did not have an ejector mark, and when I made my identification in the other areas, I needed all three areas, so it was missing an ejector mark.
Nothing further.
Mr. Razi.
And the ejector mark on item 16 was really the most prominent mark on there?
Yes, it was.
Nothing further.
Okay. Were those two from the same lot?
I can't answer that.
Mr. Luttrell.
No.
Mr. Razi.
That was 316, right? Or 3. I'm sorry. Were we talking about 315 and 16?
Correct.
315, okay. I have no questions.
Would the different types of metal cartridge make a difference in the?
That can occur. There's ammunition like Wolf ammunition that's steel, and it is, and most of the time, when you fire Wolf ammunition or steel ammunition, your quality of marks are a lot less, so that can and will happen.
Mr. Luttrell.
This may be an upcoming question, but did you in light of that, did you make a selection on test fires in any way related to the knowns that or the unknowns that you were examining?
Yes. So I test fired similar ammunition to it, so I test fired Winchester, nickel cartridge case, brass primer.
That's all I have.
Mr. Razi.
But you don't know when the test fires were manufactured versus item 16?
That's correct.
I have nothing further.
You mentioned the black box studies as a measurement of performance error. The numbers you shared for false positive versus false negative, how do these percentages affect outcomes, and how important is it in providing accuracy?
Yes. So these black box studies are very important to us to study how examiners perform. So one of the thoughts behind them is how many different ways can we test an examiner and what is the best way to test an examiner? The hope is that someday that there'll be tests that can be submitted into a laboratory system where they don't know that they're actually being tested, because black box studies can only go so far, the examiner does know that they are being tested. So these tests are to look at examiner performance, and I do believe that, at some point, that it'll change the way that the field does things and the decisions that they make. One of the important things about the final black box study that was done is that some laboratories use a 5-point scale and some laboratories use a 3-point scale, and so the 3-point scale is what our laboratory used. It seems to be that there's a bigger variation with the 5-point scale, so I do see that will be something that AFTE will latch onto and change that thought process, that is probably the recommended process.
Mr. Luttrell.
Briefly, Your Honor. One thing about the black box studies, in fact, almost all of these studies, there is no firearm provided to the examiner. They are only comparing ammunition to ammunition?
That's correct.
Also, there is no verification process where what they provide as an answer is taking. They don't have a verifier looking at their work.
No, they do not.
That's all I have.
Mr. Rossi.
And the examiners know they're being examined, right?
That's correct.
So they're not blind studies?
They're actually double-blind studies, but the participant knows that they are being tested, so they're double-blind as in the people administering the test don't know the answers, and then also we don't know the answers, but the analyst does know that they are being tested.
And that was one of the critiques of those, right?
That is, well, they still want the black box studies, but they believe that there's further routes that we can go, which is substituting into normal casework and seeing how many errors could be produced that way with, quote/unquote, fake tests, where the examiner does not know that they're being tested.
And the 3-point grading scale versus the 5E has an impact on those error rates, and how those are all calculated?
It does, yes.
That's one of the reasons why people are being critical of that, right?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
How do false positives and/or false negatives determine the proficiency of analysis?
So false positives, essentially what they tell us as a field is how often, well, not how often, but basically, the examiners taking those tests. It gives us the idea for actually jurors to weight how often examiners would make a mistake in the sense that around 2.2% would be a false positive identification and around 2.87 would be the false negative. So these rates are to be stated so that jurors can understand at what rate typically an examiner would make a mistake.
Mr. Luttrell.
No questions.
Mr. Rossi.
No questions.
How does that translate into outcomes in the field?
Basically, these black box studies, one thing that I think they want to do further is why and who is actually making the mistakes, but it's pretty hard when you're doing human subject testing is that this has to be anonymous. What we noticed about these errors is that they're usually clustered to a group of people. These errors aren't like spread out. So if we could see if they were spread out, we would be able to identify the issues and correct them, but it seems to be a very small few people making a lot of errors, and each black box study has shown that. So the distribution is not normal, it's skewed to a group of people, however, we don't know what is causing it. Sometimes errors. They could be that they put two knowns up, came to an identification, but they never put it up to an unknown, so that's always a potential that it could be just clarification and it could be corrected potentially just by an administrative process that could happen. So we don't know how the errors are created in these black box studies. We just know that the errors do occur and that we would like to know how we can correct those errors and improve upon them.
Mr. Luttrell.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Rossi.
And there were other studies that have been done where the error rates are much, much higher, right?
Could you elaborate?
The AIMS, I think, AIMS 1 and AIMS 2, 30% or more.
That would be with an inconclusive added into the error rate.
But those numbers are floating around out there in the industry, aren't they?
They're floating out there with adding the inconclusives as errors. So some people feel that we should not be allowed to use inconclusive, that we should be forced into making a guess as yes or no, which would not be legitimate.
All right. So if you were willing to say inconclusive, you should just be willing to say it's excluded, right?
No. The evidence has to.
Yes or no?
No.
Thank you.
At this time, what is the industry standard in forensic analysis, and did the work you do align to that standard?
So the Indiana State Police is accredited, we follow the guidelines through accreditation and we follow those processes. Through accreditation, they come in ever so often and they make sure that we are adhering to those guidelines.
Mr. Luttrell.
Nope.
Mr. Rossi.
But you don't use the CMS method?
No, we do not.
Nothing further.
How significant is having individual characteristics confirmed in 3 tooled areas?
I can't give a weight, it'd be inappropriate for me to do so, but the more areas that you can find that may have different tooled areas that come into contact with it, for me, that's looking at different areas with different tools in it.
Mr. Luttrell.
No questions.
No questions.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Oberg. You may step down.
Thank you.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you've put in a very long day, and we're gonna see all it a night. While you go on about your own business the rest of the afternoon, and into the evening, please, remember not to discuss the case amongst yourself, or with anyone else, as you will be in the company and supervision of the bailiffs. Please have a safe and a peaceful evening, and we'll see you all in the morning. Gentlemen.
All rise.
Jury out at 5:04 p.m.
You may be seated. And again, as before, if you'd all just kind of sit tight until the jury gets out to the vans. Is there anything we need to do on the record outside the presence of the jury, Mr. McClelland?
Judge, could we have a sidebar, please, with counsel?
Certainly.
Sidebar conference conducted.
We're planning. I don't know who's gonna end up questioning all the DOC people, but we're planning on getting to them Monday or Tuesday. I thought we'd get tomorrow of all the correctional officers, the DOC people. I'm trying to. There's a lot of moving parts here, 'cause I think we have 10 to 15 people from DOC coming, plus attorneys and other things. I guess my curiosity is the court gonna allow the defense to get into safekeeping, the conditions he was in, all those things, during the questioning of the DOC people about the confessions? That's gonna dramatically change the length, I guess, of maybe an unfair question.
I guess it depends on what are these witnesses gonna testify to.
They'll testify to the confessions he made while they were on suicide watch.
Okay.
The confessions he made to the warden and all the correctional officers, the confessions he made to them while they were watching him.
Okay. So I think the issue then is that the inmate companions, I guess, is that what they're called?
These are all correctional officers. I'm not calling any of the inmates.
Okay, so it's correctional officers.
Just the correctional officers.
Well, the correctional officers don't have anything to do with the safekeeping, that's for the warden. I mean, if they're gonna question the DOC people, then that's for the warden.
Well, I think.
And the doctor, she testified about that, and
I think they have perceptions about the conditions that existed at the time he made the statements, what his environment was like and the circumstances that he was under, and they're actually in the best position to explain those things, because they are the ones that had the most contact with him.
He's talking about the safekeeping order.
Well, are you?
Are you then?
I think
he's kind of. That's what I'm getting at here is, are you gonna allow him to question the correctional officers are testifying about things that Richard Allen said to them? Are you gonna allow the defense to go into, well, what condition was he in? Do you agree that condition was, a prisoner of war? I mean, all these different kind of.
Well, they can get there, they can testify about their observations of Mr. Allen and his demeanor.
I mean, that's what you asked for 2 weeks ago.
No, I'm fine with that. It's just gonna be
The time, yeah?
the length of cross.
I agree with that, yeah.
And so, I've got 15 people coming,
I agree with that.
which I have the.
Well, I mean, and at some point, we need to cut off the cumulative, and that's kind of my thought is that, pick the.
So why don't we cut it down to one confession, and we'll just.
Well, I mean, they can present whatever they need to present, but if it's gonna be the same repetitive questioning.
Yeah.
Then we're getting into this jury's getting bored, all of their repetition. I've been watching them pretty closely and they're paying attention, but they're getting frustrated with the repetition.
And maybe we should shorten that, try to do a little more strict of breaks and things, just to keep them fresh, 'cause it is a long haul.
They did ask good questions.
You know what I mean? A couple 10-minute breaks?
They're asking very good questions.
Yeah, they're very attentive.
In that last round.
No, I'm just saying I think we need to.
Yeah,
Just be cognizant of asking the same question 15 times, hoping we're going to get a different answer isn't working. It hasn't been working. So I think we need to focus on the issues and not continue to ask hoping that we're gonna get a different answer.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
Do you know who are you rolling?
Well, let's talk.
Yeah.
Off.
And what is your client drinking in that cup?
Coffee.
That we did not provide to him.
Coffee.
Where did that come from?
Across the street at the coffee shop.
Okay. Are the guards okay with that?
They're good with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
They know what's going on. We go down to lunch, Judge, and we bring food from the same place and we all eat downstairs together and they're good with it.
As long as they're aware of it.
Yeah, they asked us if we were going to provide him food, so.
Oh.
The first day we were here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
'Cause the jail provides his food.
Yeah, I know. They said, well, if you're going to supply something,
Oh.
let us know and we'll mix and match.
Okay. As long as they're aware of it.
Okay, thank you.
Sidebar conference concluded.
All right. Anything else we need to discuss, ladies and gentlemen?
No.
No? All right. So.
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
All right. We'll reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. And yes, you may all leave now.
Off record at 5:09 p.m. On record October 26, 2024 at 9:03 a.m.
All right. We are back on the record in State of Indiana versus Richard Allen, 08C01-2210, MR1. I'll show the defendant Shear in person with counsel. State Shear by the prosecutor and his deputies. All of the jurors have reassembled. Are we ready to bring them back into the courtroom, Mr. McClelland?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Rossi, we ready?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe we talked up here at the bench, we have one witness for the day.
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defendant will be providing copies for the jury of the exhibits that we had yesterday. You'll get those copies on Monday, and I think that's fine, that's not a problem. So.
Judge, we do have one copy of the exhibit that we admitted yesterday, if we may publish to the jury before we call the witness.
Sure.
In conjunction with whatever the defense needs to publish.
Okay, sure. No problem. All right, let's go.
All rise.
Jury in at 9:07 a.m.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Give you a minute to get settled in over there, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Well, good morning. It's good to see everybody this morning. I hope you had a pleasant evening. Again, as we have parted company and you've had access to your phones and electronics to contact family and check your work emails, always under the supervision of the bailiffs, I'll just continue to ask you the series of 5 questions that probably, in a couple of days, you're gonna recite back to me, see as I keep saying them so much. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you read, seen or heard any media accounts concerning this case?
All jurors answer in the negative.
Have you discussed this case with anyone?
All jurors respond in the negative.
Have you permitted anyone to discuss this case with you?
All jurors respond in the negative.
Have you conducted any research into this case?
All jurors respond in the negative.
And has anybody persisted in attempting to discuss this case with you?
All jurors respond in the negative.
All right. Well again, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for continuing to honor the court's directions about making a decision on the evidence and not on any outside influences. So we are ready to proceed. Mr. McClelland, Mr. Luttrell.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
We would ask to pass redacted copies of State's Exhibit 279.
You may.
Looks like I counted correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
Judge, as I mentioned, we were having some issues with the copier here in the courthouse, so on Monday, we're going to make copies of those microscopic photos.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yes, so we'll have those available for you then on Monday morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. You may proceed, Mr. McClelland.
Judge, the state of Indiana would call Indiana State Police Lieutenant Jerry Holman, please.
Witness sworn.
Lieutenant Holman, you've testified here before. I just want to remind you that the microphone doesn't amplify for the people inside the well or in front of the court, so if you could just speak up and use your best outside voice. Fair enough?